Real. Alien.
Who the hell do you think I am?
"61 months to celebrate the 61 Alex Ha rants this year so far. Hopefully, more to come Alex H.
That's Mama Luigi to you, Mario!
Eren Yeager.
Alex H.
Madeline! Madeline! The 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Peter does not serve with the 78 months. Breaks Meep. Neon Habits. Megsy. Welcome back, Megsy. And Madeline resubbing as well as 69 months. Nice. Again, thank you for those 5 gifted. Very generous of you. Very generous.
It's my
as
birthday tomorrow,
always.
Alexin. Can you stream tomorrow, pretty please? Pew pew pew.
Oh, tomorrow, man. I'm streaming right now. I'm gonna stream tomorrow too. Just fucking working on this video, dude. This video took me like way too long for no reason. I think it's because I started working the fucking Valorant video. I wanted to cut that up. Then it just was taking too long, so I was like, fuck it, I'll work on the Star Citizen video, and that just took too long too, so... Bit of a late stream today, unfortunately. Hopefully not too late, though. I don't want to go into the AMs, because if I do stream tomorrow, it would have to be early. Anyways, point is, what's up, everyone? Happy Friday. Editing is tough. Actually, editing isn't too tough. It's just time consuming. Editing is just unfortunately time consuming. No matter how you slice it. It's Friday. It is Friday. Very cool. We like it when it's Friday. You know who Jericho is? Tucker. He came out with a nice video essay earlier. Would recommend whether on stream or on your own time. What's the video essay about?
Have you ever...
This game changed my worldview? That one? Or looking back at 15 years on YouTube. That was out like several months ago. GeoGuessr, how it changed how he looks at things. Oh, okay, I got you. Gotcha. Dude, I gotta get like my headset's been fucking kind of pissing me off a little bit actually. It's been like doing crazy shit. I don't know why. I don't have any other real things, I don't think, today, right? There's some stuff I want. I guess we can watch an Unusual Memes. I'll queue that up for us. Since we didn't get a chance to watch it the other day. There's also another video I wanted to see. I forgot all about it, too. I saved it. What was I trying to do? Took a screenshot of it. Oh, okay. Good, I found it. All right. All right. What's up? What's up, everybody? New vid just dropped? We did. We dropped the new vid. Warframe Dojo Showcase? Bro, how long have you been working on the dojo, man? That's the real question. How long have you been working on this thing? Bro's been working in the dojo for months. I'm sure we'll do. I'm probably playing Warframe when the Spider Frame goes live, I think. That will have some stuff to do. We'll see. For me to know and you to find out. Fair enough, dude. What color shirt is that? It's black. It's a black shirt. With white stripes on it. Because it's got Adidas. Blue, right? It is fucking black. Looking super dapper. I got out of the shower like an hour ago. Anyways, Night Rain came out. And basically went as how I predicted. Actually, that's not true because it's actually underperforming. I said yesterday that this game would be 70% reviewed. It is sitting currently at 66%. I said it would be
Shrimp Friday.
It would be 70% on launch. It's 66% currently. So there is that. Yo, Muppy, thank you for the 19 months. Appreciate you. Thank you. Probably the same criticism that we pointed out, which was mostly, yeah, people likely are having either connection issues, but also the fact that there's no solo play or duo queue probably de-incentivized a lot of folks. The number, what do they mean? It's a good amount of performance issues even on console. Well, that's troubling too, right? See what some people have to say. Game is great. No new weapons, very low content. Extremely poor comms. Overly strong encouragement for group play. Rough experience for new players. Limited sense of progression. Limited customization for runs. Paid characters. Ooh. Massively inflated health pools. Yeah. Yeah. Idea of Risk of Rain, but its Elden Ring strikes you as an absolutely deranged concept. This person likes it. Like I said before, Risk of Rain, but it's Elden Ring. If that sounds funny, you'll love this. I feel like Risk of Rain has a bit more RNG elements, no? Plus, maps are different, I'm pretty sure. No duo option. Had random people join to just run off and do their own thing. Let me duo with my mate. True. Yeah, this kind of seems like a huge oversight. Like, the idea behind it is good, right? But then why it's like has to be 3 players does not make much sense. Seems like a test for a future game, possibly. Their netcode is just awful, though, like, to begin with. That's such a weird thing to, like, yo, we really have a good successful run with single-player games. Why don't we just not do that this time? Why don't we try to make a game based on our most awful mechanics, which is group play? There's some like fun PvP stuff, but just generally speaking, latency is always an issue from games. Always has been. You know, people teleporting around the map, just like constant disconnects. Are you talking about Night Rain? Yes. Did I just see you right? Wait, was there talked about how FromSoft has started making smaller projects to give team practice in between large projects? I don't know about that. No clue. Loving it so far. I feel like it probably has, like, if you love these games and you got $40, you don't care about spending it, it's probably good. But is it a $40 game by itself? I don't think so. I'll be honest with you. I think this is probably like a $25 to $30 DLC thing, and then like for Elden Ring, and then people could play it and be like, "Oh, cool, maybe it's like branch off." But like, they made it their own standalone thing. It's almost like a mod. Perfect game for my gay polyamorous relationship. Well, we all got plenty of those. Great game if you have short-term memory loss, making it feel like a new experience every run. Okay, so kind of repetitive. No 2-player co-op. Yeah, a little bit of a miss. I think no solo, no 2-player co-op options. Bit of a fail. I mean, how do you not have solo in this? And again, like, I get what they're trying to do, but how much for that jacket? What jacket? My shirt? Brother, just go on fucking Amazon. There's plenty of them. So, yeah, unlucky. Unlucky. I mean, like I said, I thought it would be like 70% currently sitting, but it's at 66%, although it is climbing. I will say it was at 65% earlier. I believe. Can't I see? There was like a way for me to see reviews like in a chart, I believe. I don't know how to do that though. It's fine. Some bugs, I guess. Person has a bug, but who cares? Solo mode, but you have to dig for it. They really tried to hide it. What? There's a solo mode, but you have to dig for it. Weird. I mean, I watched a video this morning of a guy said that he beat it, but he's like a really good Dark Souls player, I guess. Like he beat all of it solo. There's like just strategy he had to like utilize. Dude. Bro, I swear you've asked me this before. What is this? Do you like fire trucks? Fire truck kid. Alex, do you like fire trucks? Bro. The bit was funny the first 7 times you did it. It might not be funny anymore. Maybe we try something else. No ultra wide support. This guy's pissed.
Poggers.
Mac, appreciate you. What do you got for me?
Guess him sticking around for another month. My Twitch sub is the only constant in my life currently.
I appreciate that, man. Not a bad thing, I mean, right? Hopefully it's not a bad constant in your life. No voice at the very least, though message is a nightmare. If you play with randoms, everyone goes their own way and thus is unplayable. Tactical with a 25 gifted. Tactical, I appreciate you very much. Thank you so much, Tactical. 25 huge gifted subs. Thank you so much, Tactical. I hope you had a good work day and you can rest this weekend. Hey everyone, re-waiting Cow Chop, still gold in 2025. Oh, re-watching? Hell yeah, man. Appreciate you. Should name your RAM sticks after Tactical. I agreed, truly. Oh, we got something different. Fire trucks or monster trucks? I think monster trucks, brother. Monster trucks are pretty sick. Why am I entertaining this? I work tomorrow, sadly, but at least I'll hit 60 hours. Jesus. Thanks for waiting until I got home from work to stream. Yeah, I planned for that. I said, oh, Tactical's got to be at work. Got to wait for Tactical to come home before I hit that live button. I appreciate you, Tactical, truly. Thank you so much. Okay. Pretty enjoyable, unique, interesting ideas. Feels like lesser polished Elden Ring. Undercooked and overtuned certified cash grab. Ooh, they said this is a cash grab. Uh-oh. Oh no, they said it's a cash grab. No comms. Yeah, people still upset about no comms. All at the time of writing this game is not fun at all. Okay, fair enough. Hardest boss in the game is called Friendless, the Loner Player. First from Software Disappointment. Yeah, like I said. Bro, what are you, what the like, dude. It's a disaster. The Elden Ring Night Rain situation. Why I will never play Elden Ring Night. Actually, I don't know if I would never play it. Some of the classes did look cool. Like, I like that summoner girl. She seems neat. If I played the game, I'd probably play around her. But the rest of it, I don't know. I'm not really much of a DLC enjoyer as is. I haven't played a Dark Souls DLC since the first one, TBH. Which that one was kind of worth it. But to like just revisit this game, mechanics for $40, not great online latency. Clearly some issues with solo play. I'd wait for it to be on sale. I'd wait for a sale here, you know. Probably. The Archer's OP. Yeah, I mean, the Archer seemed like he was just spamming arrows. Tab. I mean, I like the idea of FromSoft taking their lumps on something like this and improving it, hopefully. Yeah, that's true. I mean, them doing multiplayer stuff is good. Hopefully they take the feedback and they're like, oh, shit. Maybe our multiplayer isn't that great, guys. Maybe we should work on that. LOL. $25 would be a steal. I agree. $25 would be pretty good for that. When they add like new maps, maybe some more classes, maybe tune the game a bit. Let's watch some unusual memes. Again, Tactical, I appreciate you very much. Thank you so much for those 25 gifted. Did you fight for Super Earth recently? No, but we'll watch the Super Earth stuff after this. I got a video queued up. Bro.
我在外面这么多年，什么都没有，唯一有的就是这帮。
你去哪卖那贵
？Automatisch, also Fliegen und andere Tiere, hoppla, haben gar keine.
Yeah, that was cool. Oh, that's your arm.
That can't be real commentary. Bro, why do I keep watching videos of like people with like the worst survival instincts known to man. Like, unironically, all these people are like, oh, that's your arm. Yeah, bro, help him out. Like, what the fuck are you talking about this arm, man?
Alright, well, why don't I quickly go bang off this pocket shot so we can free up Richard and the other camera. You guys set up this for hand.
Hola, permiso. Yeah, me voy, no.
They call me cornbread here because my husband was eating cornbread when I shot him.
Huh? Homem style doce.
Oh god.
Do it again. Do it again.
Just sort of face it towards the sky, not towards the cameras.
Upside down?
Upside down. I've done it twice. You should have been watching.
I wasn't watching.
Sense Fortress Pro. God damn it, man. Huh.
What are you doing?
Ooh. The Diogen? Yokai.
Whales do not have any vocal cords.
Sounds like Toad.
Absolute precision parking. Precision.
Nice.
ليه؟ عمال يعضيطك. ليه جونك ليه؟
What am I looking at? Is that like sliced cucumber? Okay. What?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please start crossing. يمكنك العبور الآن.
Geese flying a V. You know how one side is longer than the other one? You know why that is? It's got more geese on it.
Catch it.
That shit pisses me off, dude. Come on. Oh, dude.
Bro, this shit creepy as hell, bro. Remind me of them little gold men that be pretending, then they start moving and shit. Oh no, he a statue.
Oh my god.
Oh shit! Oh, what the? Oh, get it? Okay.
What? Bro.
Dude.
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
What the?
Could have saved it, I think. He's locked in, man.
What's good? What's poppin'? Yeah, say word. Say word. Say word. What's good, man? What's good, man? You look fresh in this hole, man. Don't count, man. Say word. Knocked him out.
Calabaza. Estoy grabando.
Puta madre, no funciona.
3, 4 mil. No.
They better dive in the fucking pool.
I'll be there for you, now, baby. You'll be there for me.
Nice.
They aren't coming.
What?
They are you. Uranus, 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 Uranus.
The house is on fire. There's smoke and there's flame. How much time do you think you have to wake up the family, to call a fire?
I don't even know if I can say this, and y'all gonna laugh at me.
I'm not gonna laugh at you. I promise you we're not gonna laugh.
When I grew up, right, and I remember.
Petit déjeuner simple, absolument.
Jesus. Man. New compilation every Monday. This one was okay. That one was okay.
Hi, my name is Helldivers.
I don't know if I want to watch this. Or watch the Helldivers stuff. Helldivers just got review bombed again. Can you believe it? Why? Great question. Why did it happen again? What's the news with Helldivers? What is going on?
Has gone from we are so back to we are so dropping the review bomb part 2. But this time, it isn't on Sony. Now, on an average day, Helldivers 2 sees about 50 negative reviews. That's 50 on Steam. But yesterday alone, that number spiked to nearly 3,000.
Oof.
What caused this sudden influx of pissed off reviews and comments, and why did it happen? Well, that's what we're going to be taking a quick look at today. Thanks again for your awesome and continued support for my Helldivers content. In case you want to help support the channel, please hit subscribe and ring the notifications bell to receive my future upload alerts. Also, very important step here, set those notifications to receive all, or YouTube will only occasionally send them to your inbox and you could miss out on something important, just like today's upload. So, with that all out of the way, let's drop into the latest with Helldivers.
Oh boy. What an intro, man. Giga intro.
First up, and pretty much on any other day, this would be the breaking news within Helldivers 2, but the president of Super Earth was killed in action versus...
Actually, it would be funny if people just mass downloaded the game because they killed off their fantasy president. The president of Super Earth died in action by the Illuminati during the siege of Prosperity City. 07 salutes, guys. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What? Wait. She fine as shit? Okay, anyways. Presidential authority has been placed in the Ministry of Defense. The Illuminati. I guess they're like a new enemy. I don't know. Anyways, malware transmitted. Oops.
The Illuminate. Here's what the dispatch...
Oh, sorry. Illuminate. Not Illuminati, the Illuminate. Illuminate. I guess Illuminati would be spelled an I at the end of it. Whatever.
As the president of Super Earth has been killed in action by the Illuminati during the siege of Prosperity City. The president died heroically defending the presidential security bunker with only a pistol against waves of Illuminati foes.
That's it? He only gets like 2 sentences? The president of Super Earth died with a pistol after like shooting at aliens? What is this? What is this? What is this canon lore for this game?
Presidential authority has been placed in the Minister of Defense.
Okay.
I'm definitely leaning on you all to leave me some feedback on this one because it almost feels like Super Earth was always under control of the ruling elite, aka the ministries, and the president was more of a position of status, not authority, but there it is nonetheless.
Okay.
My question is, was this orchestrated and what really happened? Drop a comment and let's see what you think.
So why are people mad? The president's dead? What's going on, man? I want to know the details.
Of course, now we need to move over to the review bomb part 2. And to be perfectly honest with you, this review bomb is but a fraction of what Sony went through in terms of the sheer volume of negative reviews.
True.
When they uncorked that draconian...
Yeah, it was a lot more than 3,000. It was like, yeah, it was in the thousands easily.
PSN PC requirement out of the blue and absolutely threw Helldivers into a just chaotic state. So let's dive into this. What has caused this? Well, it's completely centered around equality on sea, which if you take a look at the Super Earth map, that translates to Beijing in China. And this is completely...
Okay, so wait, what did he say? The quality of sea? What?
Centered around equality on sea, which...
What does he say? What? Centered around equality on sea? Equality on sea?
On sea,
okay.
Which, if you take a look at the Super Earth map, that translates to Beijing in China. And this is completely focused in on the Chinese Helldivers, and basically they got some inaccurate information based on a translation within game, and it seriously torqued them.
Okay.
I try to get the gist of this story as accurate as I possibly can. I'm going to next turn to a Helldivers Reddit post, and I will of course include a link to this down in the video.
Oh no. Oh no, they made the Chinese players mad. Oh no. What did you do? There's a whole Reddit post about this. Situation explain an analysis regarding to the current Chinese community drama on EOS and review bombing. Oh, brother. Okay. So what happened?
Video description. The title of this one says Situation Explain an Analysis Regarding to the Current Chinese Community Drama on EOS, or Equality on Sea, and Review Bombing. Now, I read this through a few times, and I can't tell if this was sent through like Google Translate or if this person is Chinese and they're trying to translate for themselves into English. So the wording's just a little bit off, but you're going to get the main point here in just a moment. Here's what it says. As a level 150 Chinese Helldiver veteran who plays both the first and second games of Helldivers, I would like to explain the current ongoing drama and situation to the English-speaking communities to let you understand about what is happening in the Chinese communities at the moment and why did this turn into somewhat of a controversy. They go on to say, please keep the post civil, and I do not want to see people trying to claw out each other's faces here.
I would assume some of the grammar mistakes and stuff is because this was translated.
Firstly, the situation regarding the EOS defense campaign, and here's some artwork for you up on screen. Take a look at this as I read through it. It has drawn a lot of attention in the Chinese gaming communities and even outside of the gaming community due to the passions of the Chinese Helldivers, who are now proudly fighting side by side with Helldivers coming from everywhere, including the US and European countries, despite IRL political differences. However, as the campaign has drawn in a lot of attention, there are some influx of new players who did not fully understand about the game, who only care about defending the EOS till the final victories. Remember, these are Chinese Helldivers defending their capital of Beijing. Such excitement did not go well when they found out that the EOS can't be completely retaken, as it is a defense campaign to finish off the Illuminate invasion fleet. And I'm going to expand on that in just a little bit.
Okay.
They continue on. Add on to that, the Chinese translation of the game of the defense percentage makes it seem like that city can be completely taken back from the invasion, which are certainly not helping. Not to mention the communication barrier between communities on the internet. Well, if you know the reason. So a lot of rumors are floating around and began to brew inside the Chinese community. That's where it kind of starts, which makes many think that this entire thing is Arrowhead trying to make every global city fall, including York Supreme. Many Chinese divers are pretty upset about its falling and are suggesting to rename the DSS as DSS York Supreme or DSS Yorktown.
So this right here, it sounds like this stems from this translation where here it says Mega City 94% held, and here it translates to, I assume, Mega City 94% defense success. And so this error in translation has made the Chinese community very upset on the defense percentages because it makes it seem like that city can be completely taken back from the invasion, which is not helping. Okay.
On the side note, except PC, which is Arrowhead's own hometown. Okay. With all those things brewing and then turn into a huge controversy, many voices in the Chinese community turned against Arrowhead as a company on the basis because they cannot clearly see how did their hard work not pay off without a clear feedback or indication. And as the communication from Arrowhead is not exactly clear about the final result, the current popular saying is that Joel is trying to force the player base to have a brilliant last stand in the PC instead of respecting the player's hardworking efforts and choices on the EOS.
Oh, I see. What is PC again? Is PC a city? I don't see like the acronym outlined here. It's Arrowhead's hometown. Okay. So Prosperity City. So the Chinese players worked really, really hard to defend EOS, which is what I assume like the super Earth equivalent to real Earth's like Southeast Asia or China or like the Asian provinces. And they put together a defense campaign, but despite their efforts, they feel like Arrowhead, which is the company behind Helldiver 2, kind of screwed them over a little bit. They said, GG's, but we're going to take the campaign to PC, which is our hometown. And they're not happy about that. Okay, fair enough. All right. How does the story go?
Which leads to the review bombing. Whether it is true or not, that is what is going on. And mind you, it has only been a day since this happened, so we might see more of such things in the next few days unless there are a clear explanation coming out to address those things. The Chinese Helldiver community is just as every other player's community with all different kinds of players. I am posting this because I am tired of seeing the Reddit turning into a wave of hatred against the Chinese Helldivers community in general. Feel free to ask questions, and I will answer them if I have time. So,
I mean, I could kind of see both sides. Well, no, actually, I see more of the Chinese player sides than I see of people hating on the Chinese players. That doesn't make much sense to me. Like, they're upset that they feel like they held it down and they got shafted by Big Corp, a game company, and other people are mad at them for being mad. Like, I don't really see their... I mean, are they upset at their review bombings? They're right to, like, voice their opinion. Helldivers 2 is known as, like, sort of an ongoing D&D campaign in that they literally have like positions or a position known as Game Master in their game. It's somebody that like puts together these campaigns and sets limitations like of where you can and can't fight, the different like enemies that like invade these different zones. They're again based off of like decision making and aren't necessarily like static in a sense of like you're playing level 1, so you're fighting a bunch of like Goombas from the Mushroom Kingdom. You're now level 2. You know, it's kind of supposed to be like progressive in a sense of like your actions should sort of reflect the outcome of what like you're seeing live happen on like the big map that you load up into when you first look inside of like your like ship's hub and whatnot. Anyone that's played Helldivers will know what I'm talking about. But basically, they're a little upset that they feel like they tried very hard to defend their city, and there's not much that resulted due to their hard efforts, I guess. Maybe that's where their frustrations are coming from, I suppose. I'm not really sure why people are giving them shit, though. It doesn't seem like it would concern other players. So that's, I guess, the confusing part to me. Maybe they just don't like that they're disliking the game. That's the only thing I can think of. Because it is just a game at the end of the day, right? The Chinese players are just misunderstood the mechanics. They literally succeeded. They're just upset that they didn't win hard enough. Interesting. Chrissy with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much, Chrissy. I appreciate it. Well, they're upset about the review bombing. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's just like a miscommunication thing, right? It's a lost in translation situation where maybe they don't really understand what like held means and that their campaign was successful, but the rest of it is being held in this different district or city or whatever, and not in EOS, which is what they focus most of their like war efforts on. And again, Chrissy, I do appreciate you. Alex, as a white gentleman, could I ethically move to Hawaii? No, I don't allow you. As the representative of all white people, I will stop you at the airport if you even think about moving to Hawaii. I will be in the front lines to make sure that no white people can go to Hawaii as the representative of both Hawaii and the majority white population. Anywho, let's move on.
So there's the explanation from Valkyrie Yukikaze. I believe that's the Reddit name, and I will, of course, again, include this link down in the video description. So let's actually dive into what Valkyrie Yukikaze actually just said and try to assimilate some context to it in the process.
Sure.
First off, you've got the location. Equality on Sea is Beijing, so there's a great deal of pride having to do with this specific city and location.
Of course.
Second, you've got what looks like a mistranslation in Chinese showing players an achievable defense success, even though the current major order is a battle of attrition as we all attempt to deplete the Illuminate fleet, because there is no success until that is accomplished first. The Chinese divers were receiving all sorts of support from around the world with EOS until they maxed out at 99.9783%, which is why you see it posted in a ton of their negative Steam reviews. And inside of that echo chamber within their community, it was discussed that this inability to hit 100% was down to Joel, who wants the ultimate battle to decide the fate of Super Earth to be held in PC, which, by the way, is Prosperity City. The location for PC is Stockholm, Sweden. The home.
Oh, okay. So they feel that they defended this city way harder than any other city was defended on Super Earth, and the most they got to is 99.97%, and they feel sort of cheated because the game master, I believe that's who Joel is, wants the campaign to continue in Sweden, which is like Arrowhead's hometown known as Prosperity City. So this whole thing really comes down to the fact that the campaign should have ended in Beijing, right? Or the representation of Beijing, which is EOS, but they feel slighted in that it seems the campaign direction is heading towards PC. Okay, I mean, like I said, I kind of see both sides of it. It really isn't a big deal. I don't think it should cause for review bombings, but obviously, you know, the Chinese players feel a lot of pride towards their city, a bit of nationalism clashing. I don't think it's really a nationalism thing, because I don't think Arrowhead is like Sweden is number one. You know, Stockholm is the greatest city on earth. I think it's just they had a narrative that they want to do, and thought it was maybe be kind of funny for like Prosperity City to be the main city of the game, considering that their studio is from there. I think most of us can understand that, but I can see why as a Chinese player, you might feel like, you know, like you're being targeted in that. Like, what do you mean? I put in all this effort. We got it to 99.97%, and we couldn't go past that because of like game mechanics that prevented us from seeing 100% success. I don't know what you do in this situation as like a game company. I mean, there's not really a wrong or right answer, right? Like, it's really comes down to decision and choice making at the end of the day. Like, you could continue in Prosperity City if that was like your normal campaign that you had written out in your head months ago. But I also think it would be interesting to continue it in Beijing, just because there's obviously very passionate players in your game that put a lot of effort into defending Beijing. I don't see why you couldn't just swing it over to now say, okay, maybe Prosperity City has fallen and EOS stands. How can we change the game narrative to make sense of that, I suppose? But maybe that's a lot of effort. Maybe that's a lot of work. Maybe you can't just change the trajectory of the entire game because of this. But I do kind of see, like, you know, it does make you feel a little blue-balled if you're like playing the game all day and you don't see that number going up, despite knowing that there's thousands and thousands of players that are exclusively only doing this mission, only exclusively doing this campaign. It does feel like you're maybe a little cheated by the game developers if there was never a win condition to begin with, right? To be clear, EOS was the final battle. Wow, just remembered I used to watch your videos 12 to 15 years ago, so happy to see you're streaming. I appreciate you. Thanks for dropping in and checking in on me. Could just have them both stand, with EOS being a much harder underlying operation. No, I agree. I think there could be some interesting stuff done with it. As far as like the review bombing, that's a little bit too far. I will say, like, you know, maybe they didn't have a way to like really voice their frustrations. I will say though, when it comes to like review bombs and stuff, people usually put like negative reviews until something changes, and then that's when they change it to positive reviews. So hopefully they're putting negative reviews as like a temporary placeholder until they feel like the situation is resolved. And maybe a lot of that came from, again, sounds like translation issues and like miscommunication from the get-go.
Home of Arrowhead Studios. Wow, man. Talk about the perfect storm here. That probably began as a localization error sometime in development, but has steamrolled into an all-out brawl between a cross-section of the player base and who they see as the creator of this issue, Joel and Arrowhead. There's a great deal of hurt pride interwoven into this issue as well, along with doubts as to the validity of the Galactic War itself. I mean, you're talking about the very fabric, the core of Helldivers 2.
Wait, it's so deep. It's really not that deep, man. It really is not that deep. Like, I think this is a totally salvageable situation. This is just like a localization error, as he just mentioned. You fix the translation file. You make a little blog post that's like, hey, guys, that's on us. Obviously, we're not Chinese. We don't speak Chinese. We didn't understand that this is what this meant for you. We'll change it for it to make more sense and to be reflective of what's actually going on. And, you know, maybe we'll do something fun for like the future of the campaign so everyone's happy, right? Like, I don't know how this is like an issue to begin with, and it had like its own Reddit post and people going like too bad for and against Arrowhead. It just seems like such a, I'm not even sure what to call it, but overreaction by everybody. The devs could still have the final battle in PC and reward EOS by being the most in attacked city after because of their efforts. Yeah, exactly. There's just so many ways that developers could right this situation that, like, you know, this community felt wronged by, that I think this is truly the most nothing burger of all time.
In turn, the Chinese divers took to the only site where they can get attention and do so quickly, the Steam review section, which we know has been proven to be highly effective. Just ask Sony how that one went.
True. I actually want to see this. I want to see if their reviews are still up there or what's going on. Oh, yeah, it's mixed right now. Oh, no. I want to see recent posts. Only specific range. Okay, it's going back. Okay, I think it's going back up, guys. Yeah, this was their huge spike. So you can see in context to when they got review bombed because of the Sony fiasco, like where they were requiring you to have a PlayStation Network account, and nobody like that. To this is the blip of the situation, current day, present day situation. Game developers say the player decision matters in the story, and that the entire game is being played out like a giant tabletop game of D&D, or somewhat complete with a game master named Joel. In reality, the decisions players make, the battles they fight, the effort they put in, none of it matters. I want to see from the past. I want to see recent. What is this? What kind of unhinged review is that? Shanghai will never fall. Wait, is there Shanghai and Beijing at the same time, or what's going on? I thought they said it was based off of Beijing. Oh no. A group of selfish and arrogant people appeared among humans, and they made a dirty deal with the aliens and stabbed all of humanity. Disgusting, despicable beasts. Holy smokes, dude. Okay. Holy smokes. What is this? Keep a diary of the first Super Earth Defense campaign. Remember the victory, never forget the sacrifice. What is this? Dude, this is like, I'm reading like war propaganda from like, for a fucking video game. What does this translate to? The first super defense war was recorded. In short, Super Stockholm was a super coward. Damn. Sound broken with Bluetooth headphones. Bro, James, it might be your fucking headphones, brother. Oh, God. Oh, my God. What is this? Dude, what the fuck is this? The arrows are pure beasts. The overwhelming tap water in front, the international column, and the United Will were all on fire, but it ended so simply. The brothers of Bang York are really miserable. Their sacrifices and contributions are definitely the most indelible ones. But there's no mention of it in the script, whether in or outside the game. It seems full of irony now. Bang York, who made the greatest sacrifice, was barely mentioned in the report, but Ronk said that we too are really amazing. Oh my God, they don't like what was in the fucking player report. They were not happy with no mention of Bang York. Who is Bang York? Oh my God, bro. Okay, this is just translated. Just look at Sweden's action during World War II. It's clear that the land of Sweden cannot give birth to humanity's brilliance. Holy fuck, dude. Guys, it's just a fucking video game. You don't have to do them like that, man. Dude. Clear that the land of Sweden cannot give birth to humanity's brilliance is fucking crazy, is it not? Even if such courage exists, it struggles to thrive on Swedish soil. This was like a real war for these guys. The efforts of everyone in this battle should never be buried. This was a real fucking campaign, guys. This was not like, haha, guys, GG's, had fun. Like, these guys went through a war. In this moment of crisis, New York stepped forward and sacrificed for Shanghai and the overall situation. Why does he keep calling it Beijing then? Did the guy in the video have like the wrong like city? He said Beijing, did he not? They keep saying Shanghai in the comments. Why is there no mention of the great spirit of New York and the American divers in the summary? Oh, I do like that. I do like that they seemingly are... I'm not sure, like, so I don't know what layers of irony were on here. Like, I don't know if these are Chinese players that are actually posting this, if it's American players under the guise of being Chinese players mad about the situation, or what actually took place. I mean, here they're praising New York for helping them defend Shanghai, which is nice. It seems like the East and the West has both come together in this situation to exclusively shit on Sweden. Oh, this one's got a clown emoji. What is this? The clown appearance of Humor Fragu and the stupidity and unawareness of some foreign players really made me understand why stupid companies like Arrowhead can still survive. Oh my god. The moon landing was a staged event, 125 hours on record. A game can see the inferiority of a weak country, Sweden. The greatness of New York's fall was destroyed by a game company. Free from trickery. Stockholm belongs to Russia. Russian Empire, way better than Sweden. Wah, 99.6%. Bro, this is... Dude, this is funny. I'm not going to translate this one. I have no idea. What is this, bro? First of all, I offer my highest blessings to those Helldivers who have devoted their efforts and time to this defense battle. Secondly, the claim you keep making that players drive the plot has become a joke. You have regarded the efforts of the players who are defending the two most famous cities in the world as worthless garbage, immersed in the fantasy of being the savior oneself. The TGA Best Operations Award is indeed yours to win. They have trampled on our bottom line more than once, from weapon number modification, enemy number modification, war debt without sincerity, all Jedi subscripts who are dissatisfied with this. Let us unite again. Let Super Earth see our super bad review. Holy shit, dude. Arrowhead will never recover from this.
I mean, I have some ideas on how to fix this, but Arrowhead has more than just players right now that are not happy with the game's performance. They have players and a large cross-section of their player base where they have seen their civic pride and belief in an achievable victory pulled from beneath them. Where and how does Arrowhead try to build this bridge back to the Chinese players? I mean, I honestly don't know. I mean, I have, again, some ideas, but I don't want to voice them right now. But I would imagine they are having an intense debrief right now over in Stockton.
You're gonna have a guys, we pissed off all of the Chinese players. All of them. Yeah, we really fucked up on this. And they're mad that we let New York fall. What do we do here? What happens to Prosperity City? Joel, you gotta fix this, dude. The campaign that you cooked up has got to be good, man. They're not going to forgive us on this one, I don't think.
There's also the matter of how to get those reviews turned back to positives, because it definitely doesn't look good over there on the Steam site to be making headlines like this yet again. Let me know how Arrowhead should proceed with this matter by leaving me a civil comment, please. But now you know exactly what happened. Remember to hit subscribe and ring the notifications bell to receive my future upload alerts. And until the next one, this is a very tired Lieutenant Buzz Lightyear signing off.
It's funny as shit. The Chinese divers are mad about New York. I feel like they... So what happened with New York? That's what I want to know. I don't even care about this anymore. But they're talking about New York's fall. Did America help defend Shanghai? What happened? Why are they so upset about New York? So York Supreme has fallen. What is this? This was good. This was from 2 days ago. Is this AI? What is this?
Be the end of managed democracy? Not today.
The fall of a fourth megacity has triggered the activation of Super Defense Protocol Diamond. Super Defense Protocol Diamond removes all collateral damage mitigation procedures. All Helldiver loadouts will be augmented with the orbital napalm barrage stratagem for Super Earth missions.
Well, that's gonna help save the remaining megacities for sure. Port Mercy has been lost, and we're down to 3 remaining cities. It's looking bleak for York Supreme. As soon as the squids open up 3 fronts, attacking 3 different megacities at a time, the Helldivers struggle with all of them. This just in. We lost York Supreme.
Only 2 megacities remain standing. Super Earth High Command is authorized to activate Super Defense Protocol Ruby. All Helldiver loadouts will be augmented with the Fast Recon Vehicle stratagem for all Super Earth missions. Personnel reserves are severely strained. Reinforcement budgets are reduced by 2 indefinitely.
That's not good. That's
okay. So it seems to me that so equality on sea was 22%, and York Supreme fell. Right? Is that what happened? So did all war efforts by the Helldiver community shift to equality on sea, but Prosperity City remained, seemingly? Was there like natural defense there? I assume players didn't bother defending Prosperity City, and despite that, it still remained. And so players are mad at, well, why did Prosperity City become like the new main stage when all of the defense effort went towards the quality on sea? And I assume like York Supreme fell, and like the American community or the Western community, whatever, shifted their focus on defending Shanghai with the rest of the Chinese player base. That's actually kind of a beautiful moment, you know? I think a beautiful moment was created here, and maybe it is soured by the fact that despite their efforts, it's like, well, now we go to Prosperity City. But yeah, I mean, the developers should probably be like, hey, we see how much effort was put into defending EOS. Maybe we do something there instead, guys. They were staggered. Prosperity was the last city that was attacked. Okay, and they defended EOS, so now Prosperity is in the line of fire. This is pretty good, man. This was really good. This was a lot more than I thought this was going to be about. What is this? Most base Chinese Helldiver. Helldivers has done more Eastern/Western relations than our government leaders have. Pray to God the China divers throw everything at equality on sea. Copy that. I will convey your message. No need to pray, bro. We Chinese believes in no God, and we will overcome every enemy that dares to invade our home again after 1931. The squids that thought they could just walk into our home and kill innocent citizens like the Japanese imperialists once did. Not this time, not today. This was on a Helldivers thread. This is for a video game, bro. This was not a fucking joke for them. I got this. This was real shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's some memes here. China divers really holding out strong here. Yes, we lost York Supreme. It's like war footage. Sorry it took a little longer. Right on time, bro. Oh my god. What is a Super Earth President KIA?
Who's next? I'm ready! How about you?
No. What is this? Chinese Helldivers are built different. This was from 3 months ago.
Helldivers to Hellpods.
Okay, I'm not gonna. I feel like I should skip this. I see grainy like footage from another country. It gives me immediate PTSD.
Helldivers 2 in China is different. Imagine calling someone a dumbbell man but has nothing to do with fitness and everything to do with treason, or calling pro players as Helldivers. Helldivers got memed so much in China that the glorious John Helldiver himself became an internet phenomenon, with hundreds of videos involving the very man. What is going on with citizens from Sector 2 of Super Earth? Let's dive in. Starting with one that's as funny as it is confusing, Dumbbell Man. If you play the original Helldivers, you might recall that there is an in-game tip that could pop up during loading screen, which says, "Does your neighbor lift? He or she may be a cyborg. Report all suspicious activity to the Ministry of Safety." I think you start to see how the meme came around. When Chinese players saw it, they completely run with it. and started calling traitors dumbbell men, since those who lift dumbbells are officially designated cyborgs. It makes a lot of sense that the players who keep getting every squadmate killed are totally secret cyborg spies and the enemies of democracy.
Bro, I love how many layers this stuff has. It's calling your teammates dumbbell man if they play poorly.
When someone betrays their squad, you bet they'll be called out as a dumbbell man. And what's better? In a way, all Chinese players are somewhat dumbbell men. Just check out the reactions to this game trailer.
The tyrannical Terminids spread unfettered across the galaxy. The socialist automaton. NANI?
And as a fun fact, many Chinese apps show the IP of your location under comments. Therefore, whenever a player badmouths about Super Earth, one often adds IP Cyberstan under their statement, so that everybody knows it's an illegal broadcast. And these people would go as far as changing their avatars and IDs just to shitpost about freedom and democracy.
These shitposts are so good, man. wait, you don't see this guy changed his profile picture and his name.
What a sight. Let's move on to Hell Driver. Nothing to do with driver looking like diver, and nothing to do with vehicle driving skills in the game.
Okay.
The term old driver refers to someone who's been around for a long time and
vet.
can navigate tricky situations
He's a
like
vet.
an experienced car driver. This was often used to describe those able to find not safe for work stuff inside the wall. Helldiver players just took it to complement pro players.
Okay.
When you see that level 150 super private in scout armor, who is able to clear 2/3 of the map while the other 3 get stuck in the same place for 20 minutes. That man is a Hell Driver. As citizens of Super Earth, we appreciate
So
their
patriotic, take these super credits.
service, but know that the line between the Hell Driver and the Dumbbell Man is really blurry. Like this player whose videos 9 out of 10 are about airburst rockets. Treason is not too far away from us Helldivers, so remember to report your lifter friend. But one Helldriver that deserves all super credits in the world, the Helldivers official account in China. I have no idea what's their relationship with Arrowhead, the game developer.
Okay.
But these people kept pumping out meme pictures and videos, like this English teaching lesson.
Earth.
For Super Earth!
Today.
Not today!
Freedom. Liberty.
Liberty, save me!
Some.
Get some!
Like the amount of irony behind all this is just like so. Oh my god! Like Helldivers 2 is like this. It's like based off of like Super Troopers, I guess, like Ultra Democracy. It takes like that like patriotic or that what's that, you know, like I don't even know what to call it. Like almost like nationalist war, energy war. If it's like Starship Troopers. Sorry, not Super Troopers. Starship Troopers. Starship Troopers was like a parody in and of itself, and Helldivers 2 comes off a lot as a parody of Starship Troopers. So it's like double the parody, and so everything is like extremely amplified, right? Like, you know, check in on your neighbor, he might be a spy. Like all those types of references go back to like back in the day with actual war efforts and such. And so all of that's like parody of I suppose the West to a degree, right? With like, for democracy, we're gonna bomb and kill all of the aliens on alien planets, right? But now it's like it's spread over to China, and they're doing like these English studies of liberty, freedom, defense of Earth. It's just like the amount, the onion layers here are just like too like palpable. I can't really put it into words. Yeah, I think the only way I can describe it is it really is pure cinema. It's like life imitates art, imitates life.
Ha ha.
Ha ha.
Even crazier, they once made a takeout delivery app that players would go on to order super takeouts, like Hellmire roast crab, and you're allowed to witness the cooking skill of General Brash. When the Game Award announced Helldivers 2 as best ongoing game, some players didn't quite agree, but the Chinese branch definitely deserved every bit of it. I mean, just check out these stupid videos.
Nice. Grill divers. Hell yeah.
Is your mind always too noisy? Introducing the latest product from the Ministry of Truth, the Little Inspector. Let only one voice remain in your mind, the voice of freedom. This Truth Enforcer can monitor heart rate 28 hours a day and check for plagiarism in the Dissident database. No matter where you are, remember that the Super Earth Ministry of Truth is watching you. May the truth be with you.
Nice.
Finally, the biggest meme to rule them all that took the internet by storm last year. John Helldiver himself, more commonly known in China as the man who recruits all over the place. When the game was released, someone decided to make green screens for the man, along with the invasion design. Given the intro's brilliant Hollywood-level storytelling, squeezed into a 1.5-minute video, players find it very versatile for all sorts of content. Tons of parodies came out like these.
Whoa!
Look familiar? Scenes like these are happening all over the galaxy right now.
What?
You could be next.
Yo! Bro. What?
Look familiar?
Dude!
If you don't believe me, well...
You see the chimps vibe there? The man just yells "No!" and jumps out of nowhere, and you're suddenly a part of the Second Galactic War. And sometimes, without warning.
Ooh, what'd you get?
Prove to yourself that you have the strength and the courage to be free.
I did not expect that.
Join the Helldivers.
I did not expect that.
Any video could suddenly turn into a drafting ad halfway, catching a bit of Rickroll vibe also. In fact, there are so many that I was able to make this video with over 100 of them. Check it out.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's some good memes there for sure. Good stuff, man. Well, hats off to Helldivers 2. I hope they continue to defend DOS and looking for further to more promising campaigns. That was crazy, bro. I did not expect all that. Good YouTube content? Yeah, that might be good YouTube stuff. Been having some good content as of late that we watched on here. You're good content? Oh, Chrissy, I appreciate that. And I do appreciate the 5 gifted subs as well, Chrissy. Thank you. Very nice of you. Well, my phone keeps going off. No, my phone thought I said thank you, and it turned on and said you're welcome. Anyways, it's always listening. It is. It is. Unfortunately, always listening. All right, watch this video. I guess some more pirate software drama took place or something unfolded.
Jason Thor Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. We just want there to be prohibit publishers from disabling a game that you paid for. Ubisoft shut down the game's servers, rendering the game unplayable, which is normal for live service games.
So this isn't about like the video game where he pretends to know how to solve a puzzle. This is like stuff that actually, I guess, matters to some degree. But context is important, and I think this video probably goes over the context.
Changed what we were saying the initiative is about, and he completely made up saying that it was about trying to protect single-player games. So that is an advanced tactic that he pulled.
Pirate Software is a creator that is no stranger to controversy. I actually did a video on him quite a while ago talking about this huge drama he was involved in. But recently, unfortunately, he's found himself in some more drama regarding the movement Stop Killing Games. I do want to say as well, the merch shop is now open. So if you want to grab yourself some exclusive limited time merch, especially from the new Server Blight video on the main channel, the link is in the description or on screen. Now, there's one thing that is more scummy than any kind of crypto shiller, and that usually is a video game company. So you might have noticed with video games, there has been a very fast escalation to try to make as much money out of you as possible. We don't really have new games anymore. We've got remakes, remasters, but more importantly, loot boxes, in-game transactions. And one of my personal favorite things now, for some reason, you pay like $100 to basically be able to play the game 2 days before everyone else can play it. I call that a streamer tax. I will die on that hill, but genuinely that is one of the most stupid things imaginable, especially because, you know, like, let's go back 5-10 years ago, special editions, deluxe editions, usually got some pretty cool stuff. I mean, yeah, okay, there were skins. There were always skins.
Not always.
Oblivion with its horse armor. That was always the thing. Fair enough. But now it really shows that companies like Blizzard and EA, they are just so obsessed with turning a profit and making as much money as possible while probably innovating as little as possible as well. I know I'm naming the big names here, but there are so many gaming companies out there that do not want to innovate. They wish they could just get you as like a little rat running on a wheel over and over, squeezing that dopamine out of you without having to actually do anything. And
This
you
camera
keep handing
shakes
over
a
your
lot.
credit card to buy some in-game currency every single time. Now, I have heard of the buzzword Stop Killing Games, but I never really looked into it too much, but it seems to be the main focus behind it of kind of like sticking it to the man and trying to stop these huge monolithic companies just doing whatever they want. But despite the intentions sounding quite noble, not everyone is actually on board with it, especially one of the streamers, Pirate Software. Now, Stop Killing Games, or the acronym SKG, is actually an initiative set up and spearheaded by the YouTuber Accursed Farms. If you know the channel Accursed Farms, you are a certified old head. If you don't, he's most known for this incredibly long-running machinima series called Freeman's
Oh
Mind.
my
The first
god.
episode came out.
Bro, what? Holy shit. Okay, yeah, I got dated by that one for sure.
11 years ago, and it's basically just a playthrough of Half-Life 1, but Accursed Farms narrates over it in the perspective of Gordon Freeman.
Oh God! What I do? What I do?
From the shutting down.
No! We are bad people! Oh shit, that's the ceiling! Where's my helmet?
No! See, this is what I'm talking about.
This is very old.
Aliens aren't invading, Freeman. You're just being paranoid.
Now, the video series that I know him from is Ross's Game Dungeon, and this was basically where he would play a game and do a full breakdown of it, the mechanics, the story, almost like kind of a narrated playthrough. He actually did a really good video on Deus Ex, and that was 8 years ago. Oh my god, we're all so old. He did a Game Dungeon on Deus Ex Human Revolution, and also Deus Ex Invisible War, the console one that everyone absolutely hates. I mean, I swear, like, I remember playing Deus Ex Invisible War as a kid. I did not have a problem with that game. I thought it was really cool, but I was also like 12 years old, and at that age, you're basically impressed by anything. So basically, Accursed Farms started this movement, Stop Killing Games. He was the one to establish it. I mean, a lot of people have been feeling like this for a long time, but he was the first person to actually give a title to the movement. So the entire point of Stop Killing Games, as Accursed Farm quotes, a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games that they have sold to customers. Now, the Stop Killing Games movement did actually get quite a lot of traction. At the minute, the European Citizens Initiative alone has nearly 500,000 signatures. And that is an insane movement, because if you go onto Accursed Farm's channel, you can tell that he's not really a huge YouTuber, especially not anymore, but...
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I'll go over like the TLDR, but basically it's just like the movement was to, you know, when video games like services end, people that have paid money for them can no longer have access to those games. And so the idea behind it, from my very limited understanding, is that that game should go back to the people, or people should still have access to the game. Meaning that, like, it shouldn't just be the servers disconnect, have a good one, bye-bye, and they close the door on you. There should still be a way for you to, like, access said game even when it's out of service. So I think that was the original point of the movement. I'm probably, like, very loosely paraphrasing it, and I'm sure they're probably going to go over it in this video. But I guess Pirate Software, our boy Pirate Software, did not like this movement. He had some issues with it. And I think that's what we're going to cover here as well. I'm curious about this. I think this is more, I would say this is more interesting than the WoW stuff. The WoW stuff was definitely entertaining. Him running away and screaming, "The call was run," was definitely funny. But this here is a little bit more, I guess, a little bit more serious, but also like wondering why there's even an issue here in the first place. So hopefully we get both sides of it.
Still, he has created something, a movement that is a lot bigger than him, because a lot of people support this. They think that companies, especially in the gaming industry, became really greedy and just want to maximize profit while giving you as little content as possible. You know, why try to give you better experiences when, for example, there's like item stores and shops that are just churning out new skins for you to buy to feel special every 24 hours. Now, that was my little tangent on the side. That's not even the main purpose of Stop Killing Games. The main purpose is actually trying to hold video game companies accountable for basically selling games that have planned obsolescence to try and get you to buy the next title. This is obviously games that have a heavy emphasis on online services, like, for example, Call of Duty, Battlefront, Overwatch. Star Wars Battlefront 2, as you've seen recently, has had a huge player spike, which is really funny because the game is surprisingly competent. It's mostly because, you know, May the 4th and also Andor ended, and apparently that was a pretty good ending. I actually haven't watched Andor. Apparently it's one of the few Star Wars shows that's competent throughout. There is a guy in the show called Kino, so I might actually watch it.
My name is Kino Loy.
The only problem with Star Wars Battlefront 2 at the minute, because it has such a huge player spike, EA don't really care about the game whatsoever, so it is just full to the brim with hackers. But yeah, one of the biggest problems with online services is game companies will bring out a product, and eventually, over time, which is pretty natural, people lose interest, they move on. But this then reaches the point where the owners basically go, you know what, we'll just shut down the entire servers, so now no one gets to play it, even though at the time when the game came out, you probably paid full price for it. One instance I remember of a very popular game actually shutting down its servers was all the way back when Mass Effect 3 came out. We are going back to old head era here. But Mass Effect 3 was basically the first Mass Effect to have any kind of like multiplayer mode. But then they actually enacted something called Sunset Multiplayer, which meant that they were, you know, kind of quietly winding down the servers and you couldn't play the game anymore. Oh no, wait a minute. This was back in 2012. So in fact, the servers for Mass Effect 3 are still up. That Sunset thing I talked about was talking about shutting down the servers for the Wii U on the Nintendo network. So that was basically Nintendo's choice, if anything. I believe that you can actually still play Mass Effect multiplayer to this day, despite the fact that the game came out well over 10 years ago. Now, one example that people love to use here about just being completely backhanded by a video game company is Overwatch. If you bought Overwatch day one, you'd be paying around 40 to 60 pounds. For the Americans, that's like about 13 cheeseburgers. And that obviously depends on the version of the game that you got. If you bought the super deluxe special
That's
edition,
not too
where you've
bad.
only got some gold guns or something, I think you got oh yeah, you got a
depends on what
Widowmaker
type of
skin,
cheeseburger,
a
though.
unique Widowmaker skin. It's a shame that Widowmaker sucks to play now. Now, also keep in mind as well, the first Overwatch had no single player mode attached to it. It was online only. So less than 10 years in the game being out, unlike Mass Effect 3, Blizzard decided to shut down the servers for the game. Now, I get it. Overwatch 2 is free to play. I'm really happy for you. But there are people that spent so many cheeseburgers buying the first Overwatch, and they basically have nothing to show for it apart from, oh my god,
Yeah, I appreciate that, Vice.
Bro, he's got this skin that you can get 8 years ago and you can't get now. Oh, you know that the same people that will brag about that and think it was a worthwhile purchase are the people that are trying to hunt down every single skin in the new Doom: The Dark Ages. By the way, I saw this video on YouTube showing off all the skins in the new Doom game, and I thought, wow, this is quite a long video. Surely there's a lot of skins. There aren't. There's like 3 skins you get in the game by playing the game and beating it on different difficulties. The other like 7 or 8 skins are basically from buying graphics cards or buying pizzas. That is not a joke,
Hell
by the way.
yeah.
It's basically this new wave of marketing that is just terrible for consumers. Like, I get it. Cosmetics, it's amazing, and companies are soy-facing over the fact that we're hooked on it because it's dopamine. I get to stand out in the game. Unless everyone else buys the skin, then I don't stand out. Then I need to wait for the other skin to drop so I can stand out again. And now everyone else has bought the skin. It is just a
Okay, so we've gone over microtransactions. Bad. Where is the Stop Killing Games movement? Like, I so far lightly touched it, in which games that are being sunset are kind of scamming their customers, and there's a movement to stop that from happening. Did you get the Doom skin GPU when you rebuilt your PC? No, I didn't freaking get it. I also didn't get the new Doom. I'm good.
Prophecy. I still remember when like the Mrs. Incredible skin dropped for Fortnite. Every little Zoomie was buying that game just because she had a fat ass. I mean, if you want to become really cynical, get it? I said the word, get it? You don't really own anything. You know, like for example, when you go onto Amazon or you go onto a streaming service, like you stream a show, you buy a film from Amazon, you're not buying it. It's just tied to your account. And if there's any kind of licensing changes or you can't, you know, watch this in your own country, tough luck. One really good example I have here, talking more about streaming, and I absolutely despise this, is, for example, HBO Max. They have some great shows like The Last of Us. I'm sure there's some other stuff on there as well. But the point is, I can't watch Max unless I basically use a VPN and then log into like a friend's account. And then in the UK, we have Max in the UK, but it's called Now TV, which is owned by Sky, Rupert Murdoch and his like, you know, kind of his children. And they're all from Succession, basically, the cast of Succession. I can watch Max shows through Now TV, but then if I travel to another country, I get region locked to the point that even if I have a VPN on, it knows I've got one. So then I can't watch the thing that I've paid for just because I'm getting a flight to another country. It's just really backwards, really anti-consumer. I
mean, that's just how it's been though. But those are tied to laws. Do you like if Netflix could sell all of their shows to every single person in the world, they would love to do that. But they're limited by laws of countries. For example, have you seen China? You can't just watch anything you want from China and vice versa. It just doesn't work that way. This is not the same issue. The issue is more so a company sells you a game for $60, you pay $60, and then years later they shut down all service and services to it. But yet you still have either the physical copy or still the digital download on your console that you can no longer access. So the point of this was to, hey, can we find a solution to this? Because the consumers are really getting fucked over on this one.
also remember this one time as well when the 28 Days Later, the zombie film that's getting another sequel pretty soon, 28 years later, that recently was changing licensing hands. So 28 Days Later, you couldn't find it anywhere. You couldn't find it on any streaming service. And that was gone for about 2 to 3 months, I think. You can find it now on like Disney Plus or Amazon and stuff. But there was a
it just happens all the time. It just depends on who owns the license and like what they want to platform that thing on. Very, very, very common.
Point where unless you basically had it as a DVD or you pirated it, there is no way that you would be able to watch that film. And I get it, you know, streaming is security, online services is security, but at the same time, that really goes to show that like if companies want, or for whatever reason, they can basically just take property away from you that you basically paid for. Now I get it, I'm not going to be some boomer that's like, well, actually when 28 Days Later went offline, or when this one game went offline, I had it on disc, I had it on Blu-ray, so I'm actually the alpha. I'm not saying that. I think carrying around plastic to make sure you can actually engage with something is really simply stupid.
Yeah, but I also think it's a little different in that if you have the physical copy, you can always access it no matter where. Whereas like a video game that's like online server based, this is a really bad pause screen, you do not have the same privileges, right? Like that's the examples that they're trying to provide is that the games you pay full money for, regardless of whether you have a physical copy of it or not. Once the services end, when they're exclusively online, you can no longer play the game. And so why did you pay $60? It was more of like a rental fee up until the company shuts down or the servers close off.
Unless you're a collector. That is a different kind of autism I'm not going to get into. Now, I'm doing a bit of a tangent here, but focusing more on the video games. Another example, a couple months ago, Ubisoft actually put out a statement that they shut down online activity for a racing game called The Crew. And then they actually said in the statement, unironically, not even as a bit, players should get comfortable with not owning their games.
Yes.
I've seen this statement that gets like parroted a lot online, kind of semi-sarcastically, basically saying, you will own nothing and be happy. I think we're pretty close to that at the minute. Now, I know I sound like a bit of a negative Nelly. Maybe this isn't so many games, but the Stop Killing Games movement actually did an investigation of 700 titles that had some form of online requirement for play, and they found out that 40% of these games are just completely dead. No support from the devs, and they are literally unable to be played. And then
yeah, that's more important. Like this subject matter.
another 40% were at risk of being shut down completely. And then only 2% of all of these games that were investigated actually ended up having services that were being supported by the developers using an end-of-life plan, like an actual roadmap. Sounds like I'm talking about someone in a retirement home or something. And then there was another 14% as well, where the community, the players, have actually managed to keep the game up and running by themselves. Which, if anything, reminds me like how Bethesda will release games and then the community basically has to do mod patches for them. I know it's not the same kind of thing. We're talking about online play here, but still, I feel like with video games, there is a huge group of people that take it upon themselves to fix a game when it should not be their responsibility. I respect it, I commend it, but it's just sad the situation we're in now. So what?
Yeah, video game industry sucks. I think we all agree on that. A lot of companies are fucking terrible. I've done like 3 or 4 different, like, I think videos just covering that alone this week. There's not a lack of terrible video game companies that don't care about fixing their game and just blatantly rip off their fan base.
What Stop Killing Games and Accursed Farms are trying to do is get as much support as possible through as many online signatures as they can.
Yeah.
Will this do anything?
No.
Who knows? I don't know. The problem is, it's not like there's a legal requirement here. I know there's some exceptions, like, for example, with the UK government, if, like, something gets so many signatures, Parliament has to, like, at least try to acknowledge it. They don't have to do anything about it. They can just say no. But I think there's, like, some requirement they have to acknowledge it. With this, it's more of the private sector, so they might just look the other way. I think the problem is the
private sector is in, like, a company? That's not, I mean, money's being exchanged. It's not like, oh, private sector just doing its private sector things. It's companies charging money for products that become obsolete, and in some cases with planned obsolescence, I think there is a legality argument that could be made with you're not actually purchasing a product, you're purchasing a license until the product is available, and so therefore prices may have to differ, or a disclosure will have to be made on those types of games. And if you don't, then you could face legal repercussions, I think would be the best outcome for these situations. So I don't think it's a matter of, oh, just let the companies do company stuff. That's how we get into problems in the first place, right? I think everyone knows that.
Only real way to, like, make these companies think, wait, we need to change what we're doing, is if people, you know, stop buying video games or stop buying microtransactions in video games, but they're not going to. And I mean, it's really hard to. What's the alternative? I'm
just confused because why are we talking about microtransactions? I don't feel like microtransactions is what this is about. Like, unless I missed something. Like, unless the point is you lose access to microtransactions too, but it really just comes back to you paid money for a game that you no longer have access to. Like, it's all full package, like, encompassing. But I'm not sure, like, maybe I missed something about how this impacts microtransactions.
Alternative. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to buy video games anymore. Their practices are, like, really toxic. Instead, I'm going to browse on Reddit. You could also support indie games as well. Like, for example, I've been playing through this game recently called White Knuckle. It's like a climbing game with horror elements in it. It's really good. Game is very unfair, though. 0 out of 10.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I say this all the time. Support like smaller companies. Usually, they're like more interested in making happy fans and happy customers rather than like big corp. I think it's pretty obvious. I'm just confused on like where. I feel like there's a lot said here. His points about microtransactions is that companies are getting a shit ton of money from the shops and then dipping instead of just making the money off the game. Yeah, I see. That's a little different though, because they're not really. I think them just like EA not working on Star Wars. Like you could argue that they have a legal obligation to continue working on Star Wars because they receive money from it. I think that's a different argument though. No, like I think that's sort of a different conversation altogether. He's saying that companies do not care about petitions online and that they only would potentially influence them is not give them money, I think. Well, he said that, like, he talked about Parliament being, like, they can just look at it, but they don't have to do anything about it. But the problem is, like, this is an issue, right? At the end of the day, like, consumers are facing repercussions as a result of a company turning off services or like, just, yeah, letting a game die in, like, live service hell. But like how you fix that, I don't think I'm smart enough to like eloquently outline what the solution is, but there are people who are, and somebody like, I think his name's Ross, who put together this movement, is trying to tackle that, right? Through like petitions and getting people to talk about it, etc. All these devs are beholden to private equity. This is just purely capitalism. Yes and no, but like the argument is like the live service aspect. And it's like, if you like, there's a difference though, because when you purchase the product, what is it that you're purchasing? Access to the product, right? Versus the product itself. Like it just hinges on whether the game is online requirement or not. And I think that's where the problems come in, right? Because you could still load up the old Call of Duties and load in, like if you want, you could still play the single player campaigns and such. But there's some games where you literally cannot play them because it completely hinges on the servers being available. Otherwise, you basically just have like paperweight, right? That's the argument. I mean, there's multiple compounds to this, but regardless, whatever. I'll continue.
Anyways, but being serious, if they get enough signatures, they basically could challenge the existing laws that support this practice on the basis of consumer hostility, or they could also get enough signatures that the government might have to actually acknowledge this and make some changes. Like, for example, you know, the EU government, they've made some amazing changes. Like, for example, with the iPhone, they now can't use lightning cables. They have to use USB-C. And that's it. That's all I can think of. I don't even use iPhone. I'm just sick and tired of my mate asking me when I'm out with him, oh, do you have a lightning cable with you? It's like, no, I'm on Android. No, I don't. Now, from the sounds of it, their campaign and the signatures is doing really, really well. They actually managed to acquire a citizens initiative with the support garnered, so they could possibly take all of this to the EU, which is basically every country in Europe except the UK. I'm so happy about Brexit. I love it. I love it. If it wasn't for Brexit, I'd probably still be in Sweden right now. What a great law. What a great law. I love Brexit. Thank you for that. Now, if this becomes a requirement for the EU, this could be huge because the EU is basically one of the biggest markets for gaming. Mostly because if you're in the UK, you probably play FIFA or Warzone, and if you're in Germany or Poland, you're racist and you play Counter-Strike. And obviously, it's reached a point right now where the government has to step in because private companies, as we've seen in basically any sector in the world, they won't regulate themselves. Why would they do that? Because regulating yourself usually means sacrificing profits. Now, this sounds like a fair request to not actually kill video games, but Pirate Software, who, like I've said before, I've talked about on the channel,
all right, here we go,
very against this.
Yes.
So if you know Pirate Software, he is a streamer and a game dev, and he used to work for Blizzard and also Amazon Game Studios, and that was before setting up his own indie dev company. So Pirate Software actually came out with 2 videos basically in opposition of Ross and his entire point of the project. The thing that I know most about Pirate Software is he has the most unprecedented streaming stamina I have ever seen in my life. Basically, the guy streams most days of the week, usually doing 11, 12-hour streams at a time. I just don't understand that stamina. Like, I respect it. Dude, I do like a 5-6 hour stream, I want to sleep for 2 days. In the first video he put out titled Stop Killing Games, he basically outlines his reasons for not supporting the initiative. I do want to give context here as well. This is a very old video. This came out around 9 months ago. I'm obviously not trying to dig up any old drama here. The reason why I'm talking about it is because Accursed Farms only actually responded to this 9-month-old video pretty recently, a couple of days ago, but we will get into that. Basically, his main argument points are, first of all, this is the way the industry works, and it's a standard practice to shut games down after an X amount of years.
On March 31st, 2024, Ubisoft shut down the game's servers, rendering the game unplayable, which is normal for live service games. The only thing that I can see in here that could be a problem is if they posted as not an online-only experience. But everything that I found online shows that the game was always marketed as online only. If you're going to be buying an online-only game, that means it can only run when it's online. And if the servers need to shut down in the future, far in the future, it makes sense to me for the access to that game to be cut if it's online only.
Secondly, he basically says it's too expensive to expect companies to be able to keep servers up and running forever.
And there are some people that'll say, well, just make it all single player. Well, I've explained that that doesn't make any sense in the first place. If you're making it all single player, you'd have to carve off all of that, and it's developer time and money. When you already have sequels out and the game has basically no players left anyway, it makes more sense to just move on. I don't find that to be a problem from the developer perspective, and I understand that people find that to be a problem from the player perspective.
But there is also a point as well that tries to contradict this on the Stop Killing Games website. No, we are not asking that at all, that being running games indefinitely. We're in favor of publishers ending support for a game whenever they choose. What we are asking is that they implement an end-of-life plan to modify or patch the game so that it is run on customer systems with no further support from the company being necessary. They then list a number of games that have implemented this, like for example Gran Turismo Sport, Mega Man X-Drive, Caller's Bane, showing that it is possible for companies to do this. And thirdly, Pirate Software claims that this will basically hurt companies in the long run. Developers will basically stop making live service games if they have to bend the knee to these changes.
Aww. Aww. Oh no. Oh no. Won't somebody think of the $1 million mega corpos? Won't somebody defend the $1 billion company? Will somebody please help them? They will have to put an effort. They will have to put an effort. Okay.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them. And we're going to miss out on adventures like Final Fantasy XIV. And even though I don't play anymore, League of Legends or any other live service game.
But also,
well, I think we can live without one of those for sure, but I don't think that's even the argument that they're fucking making. I guess if you like tackle the most like egregious outlier in your own argument and say like, oh, so what do you expect them to indefinitely run these live service games? No, but I think people expect you, like, if you pay $60, that the game doesn't just have a life cycle and you'll never be able to play it again. I think there's like probably a middle ground somewhere in there. No? Taco, thank you for the 55 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Thank you so much for that sub. Won't somebody defend these billion-dollar corporations? Please.
So if you go onto the Stop Killing Games website, this is something they've tried to address as well. The regulations we are seeking would only apply when companies decide to end support for games. At that time, they would need to be converted to have either offline or private hosting modes. Until then, companies can continue running games any way they see fit. And in response to the question of money, Stop Killing Games also says this: the costs associated with implementing this requirement can be very small, if not trivial. Furthermore, it often takes a company with large resources at its disposal to even construct games of this nature in the first place. Small developers with constrained budgets are less likely to be contributing to this problem. So again, this was a very old video that Pirate Software put out like 9 months ago. It obviously got a bit of traction at the time, but then as the internet is the internet, everyone just basically forgets after a week. 9 months after this entire ordeal went down, Accursed Farms actually commented on the situation involving Pirate Software in a recent live stream. And you can tell from his tone of voice and his energy compared to other announcement videos, you can tell it's taken a toll on him. Like, he is just not happy. Now, what?
Yeah, because like, why is somebody that with a lot of influence talking shit about your movement, and like the points they're making are just, again, complete and egregious outliers given the context of your argument in the first place. I think just saying, hey, the game you spend money on should come with local hosting to combat end of service so you can still have access to the game when the developers decide to just arbitrarily pull out is not that much of an ask. Because again, we've already seen other companies do that. And so requiring games going forward to have that as a feature is all of a sudden going to stop games like League of Legends from existing. I'm just very confused by like what we're actually talking about here. Final Fantasy 14 won't exist if it has to implement. Also, it's just MMORPGs in a completely different boat to begin with. We're talking about like live service specifically, like games that require you to have an internet connection to be able to access. Like I think limiting companies from just dropping the ball here with this is fair and just holding them accountable. But why are we arguing this? Part points about indie live service games, but League of Legends. Well, then factor in the indie games. Why did we bring up Final Fantasy 14 by Square Enix and League of Legends by Tencent as like, won't somebody think of these billion-dollar companies? What? Huh? There's examples of companies that have already done this here in the video. Gran Turismo by Sony, Knockout City, Velan Studios, Mega Man X-Dive, Capcom, Mojang, Bandai Namco. They can all do this, but won't somebody think of Riot? What will they do?
Games from games should have an end-of-life plan, changing that to every company needs to keep all their servers up indefinitely, or they'll be breaking the law.
We just want there to be prohibit publishers from disabling a game that you paid for, and this would be making end-of-life plans mandatory for games that require it. That's it. So there's no like wiggle room on like, well, I'm for this, but against this, and then your alternative won't save any games.
So it seems that Accursed Farms thinks that Pirate Software is pulling a bit of a straw man here, not really being accurate with the arguments. And
no, I definitely agree. I think if your argument is hold the companies accountable so they don't abandon a product and charge you $60 for it, and the argument is, well, now you're going to force every live service game ever to have like no shelf life, costing them millions of dollars to develop such software and implementation of the game, and no one's going to want to make live service games ever again. I think it's kind of a far stretch. I don't know. Very strange.
Making up his own points to basically make it easier to win in a debate. So Accursed...
Yeah, that's what very intelligent people do, is they create like false arguments and they just win those. I do that every single time I hop in the shower. I'm basically like 13-0 this week alone. Don't debate me.
Farms claims again that Pirate Software apparently just completely made up that Stop Killing Games was about saving single-player games that have a multiplayer attached to them.
Pirate Software, I'm thinking again. I think part of him realized he couldn't change what was written in the documents. If he didn't report what was in the actual initiative itself, somebody would see that and he would get called out on it. So what he did is he changed what we were saying the initiative is about, and he completely made up saying that it was about trying to protect single-player games. That was made up. We never brought that up anywhere. The fact we had to add that in afterwards.
And Ross also goes on to say that this was a much smaller reason than why Stop Killing Games was set up in the first place. The majority of games that are multiplayer and single-player that shut down their servers, you do still have the option to play them in single-player. Like, for example, Far Cry 3. The servers have been shut down a long time ago. And that sucks. The multiplayer was fun. I especially like the part where if you got MVP, you could do like a funny taunt to the MVP of the enemy team.
Hurry up! What? Let's play!
But yeah, those servers shut down in 2022, but you can still play the campaign for yourself. I mean, my Far Cry 3 video, like that, if they shut down the entire game, if the single player was online only, Far Cry 3 on my main channel, that would never exist as a video. Now, at the time, a lot of people tried to accuse Pirate Software of basically trying to dilute the real movement that Accursed Farms was trying to lead. And also as well, Pirate Software has around 3 million subscribers, which is a huge amount. And Ross, on the other hand, has under 400,000 subscribers. So it's obvious that Pirate Software has a lot more reach, a lot more like clout. But at the same time, like, to be devil's advocate, is that really his fault? He couldn't really, you know, like take away his own subscribers to make the playing field more even. It just feels like a bit of a mute point to me. But Accursed...
No, I mean the point is, if you're gonna bring a lot of eyes to a movement that otherwise wouldn't had it, and then you paint the argument in a bad light and argue it from a disingenuous standpoint, of course the person that created the movement in the first place is not gonna be happy about it. And they're gonna point out, hey, you brought all these viewers over, and you think I'm just forcing small indie developers, poor small indie devs, to make live service games indefinitely and to forever host it on a server, which is going to cost them thousands, if not millions of dollars over its life cycle, and it's just not doable. Okay, but that's not what the argument is, and it's just so weird that, like, his defense, it was for Final Fantasy 14, we wouldn't have that. League of Legends, we wouldn't have that. And it's just like, well, who made or who backs those games? Square Enix and Tencent. Like, if your argument is for indie devs, I mean, give examples of indie companies that would suffer as a result of this, which again, isn't even single player games to begin with. So this whole argument is like for the defense of, let's face it, fucking League of Legends. And now you're arguing to your 3 million subscribers, yo, this guy wants to shut down League of Legends. Like, it just comes off so dumb. And I think Ross has, like, more than enough right to be upset about this situation, because it's like, brother, you shouldn't have got fucking involved in the first place. Let's face it. Like, you did nothing for the movement, and you painted what I'm trying to do here in a bad light. And for what? Like, who benefits from you saying, I don't agree with this? Nobody. Just, like, the movement itself, because now people think it's a way to demonetize or deplatform or incentivize small studios from continuing to, like, make games. It's just kind of all over the place. I think it's right on the money of fabricating your own argument that you never were going to lose, win that, and just, you know, walk out with shit in your pants.
Farms also goes on to say that he tried to reach out to Pirate Software for a dialogue, but he was ignored on multiple occasions.
And then, of course, refuses to talk to me, and then deletes the video where he says he refused to talk to me.
Punk. I don't know if I have enough context if he's intentionally misconstructing the movement. All right, let me rewind that back then.
Say that he tried to reach out to Pirate Software for a dialogue, but he was ignored on multiple occasions.
And then, of course, refuses to talk to me, and then deletes the video where he says he refused to talk to me, and deletes my comment. Yeah.
Okay, do you feel like now he's purposefully misconstruing the argument? And now that he got caught misconstruing the argument, he's deciding to, like, just delete any evidence of, you know, pushback from the original creator who says, hey, you're misconstruing what I'm saying. Can we have a conversation? He refuses to have a conversation, deletes the video where he says he never got reached out to, and then blocks him from commenting. I think we went from, like, oh, sorry, I genuinely misunderstood what you were trying to say, to now I'm purposefully not trying to acknowledge my mistake in misconstruing your argument, and I don't want to look dumb anymore, so I'm just going to block you. I just won this debate. I blocked you after I argued against myself. Haha. Primate Flex, thank you for the 8 months. Loving the tab character development this season. It'll turn up, don't worry. It feels like his ego getting in the way of saying my bad again. Yeah, his ego is definitely his, like, worst quality by far from, like, everything I've seen. I don't know the guy personally. I don't care to know the guy personally. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Who cares what I think? But every single instance I've seen of him being called out was because he just refuses to take an L and will double, triple, and quadruple down on his terrible takes and or, I guess, opinions in this situation.
Yeah, and then he's a much bigger streamer and YouTuber, so I could only do so much against that. So that is an advanced tactic that he pulled.
But I do want to say as well, apart from a Cursed Farms word, we don't actually have any proof of this. It's basically just what he's saying. I mean, one point he's talking about as well, about his comments being deleted. I'm not sure if those are YouTube comments, but YouTube comments are the most unreliable comment system in the...
Okay, but Pyro, there was this drama that I'm sure he's not aware of. I mean, I myself am an investigative journalist that is consistently in the drama sphere, so I know about this stuff. Very basic research. When all of the WoW drama stuff was going on and people were posting the clips of Pyrocynical through, like, Reddit threads or wherever other platforms where you can insert Twitch clips, people began to notice that the clips that they would post were edited by the, like, original user, and there was speculation, heavy speculation. I'm not going to say it was verifiably true, but what ended up happening, or what the allegation was, that Pirate would see people clipping him, and he would edit the clips out of context. So someone would say, here Pirate said this. He would see the clip on his own personal feed. He would clip out whatever people were trying to point out. So it would be like a 3-second clip with nothing in it. And so this is what we're talking about. We're talking about somebody that already possibly has a history of bad faith acting, especially not liking when he's painted in a bad light. So is it far-fetched to say that, hey, he's deleting comments when he's being put in a bad light in this situation too? Like I said, there's plenty of posts like this that have already been made, and this was weeks and weeks ago, and again, this drama was from 9 months ago. I get that, so it'll be hard to find YouTube evidence, but sure, we can give the benefit of the doubt that he didn't delete it, but why is he not just reaching out and having like a conversation on Discord? Is it too difficult to like have 2 separate videos about a guy's movement, about a guy's campaign to stop killing games? Is it too difficult for him to get into a call with the dude and say, hey, let me listen to you, here's what I think, and then hash it out? But instead, you're going to make 2 videos, misconstrue his argument, and when he tries to reach out to you to say, hey, can we get a correction on that? Can I at least give my take? You just ignore him? And then, I mean, you sitting here and saying like, oh, we don't know if that's true or not. But like, why is the rest of it happening in the first place, right? Havoc, thank you for the 91 months. Welcome back. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the prime. The yapping is strong with Unk this week. Yes, it is. I'm just kind of like, I don't really know why this is a situation to begin with. I feel like somebody inserted themselves into something they didn't need to look smarter than they are or to look holier than they are. Kind of like I did with Valorant this week, I guess. I kind of did that with Valorant low-key, but I feel justified because I feel like I generally have many good points because I feel like the video that was made was actually quite literally like hurting players that were involved by like, you know, painting false allegations on them. Whereas opposed to this, even if I didn't like this movement for whatever reason, it doesn't involve me. I don't know why I have to come in and say, guys, small indie companies may or may not suffer from this. Let me outline this in 2 videos and argue against something that wasn't even originally stated in the campaign form to begin with. It just feels so like disingenuous and too much about like, oh, look at me, I know so much about this thing that I didn't fucking read about. It's just it's such a weird thing to do. I don't really get it. I don't know why like the video was made, why he just didn't jump into a call with him. It probably would have been very easy to be like, hey, let me get your point of view. I'm a game developer, blah, 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 blah. What are your points? And then just address them as he goes versus like, I'm going to pick apart your argument. I'm going to like misrepresent your bullet points, make 2 videos about it, and then ignore you trying to reach out to make a correction. That seems pretty bad faith to me. And saying, well, we don't know if that's true or not. We don't know if he reached out. I mean, he's sitting here in a video saying, I reached out to him and he ignored me. I mean, do you need more proof? Like, just need to post screenshots, I guess? Is that the only way now we get verifiable proof is like when people post DMs, leak DMs for proof? I mean, I believe it, right? I don't see why not.
Reliable comment system in the entire world, genuinely. Unless someone plucks out your comment and pins it to the top of the page, your comment will be buried. That's one of the reasons why I stopped commenting on YouTube videos, because there's no point. Like, if I comment on a video, I'll probably get 1 like and then 5 replies telling me to piss off. Like, I just gave up doing that. So what's the moral of this video? Don't play AAA games where they might shut down the servers after 5 years or make a sequel every year. Play indie games. Like,
well, you know, yeah, this video kind of started out as like, I feel like only a quarter of the video was actually about the title, which is huge new Pirate Software drama update. I feel only 4 to 5 minutes of it was actually about that. And I was more curious about the back and forth, but the rest of it, the rest of like the 16 minutes was microtransactions bad, play indie games, big corporations bad, play indie games, Brexit, cheeseburger, iPhone now in Europe has a USB-C cable. We don't know what actually happened. Play indie games.
For example, a very family-friendly game that I'm playing through right now called White Knuckle. Yeah.
Didn't he already say that? Didn't he just already promote this game? Or am I in a fever dream? What's going on?
Yep. Don't shut the fucking door. I can't get a grip. Man, dead game. DOA, dead on arrival. Dead game.
Okay. I mean, oh no, I certainly agree. Like, indie games are dope. I just don't really get. I kind of was hoping for a bigger deep dive on this. I'll be honest with you. I feel like there was so much more that could have been unpacked there. Like, was the comments actually deleted? Did he actually try to reach out? Like, I feel like he maybe should have contacted Ross and said, "Yo, do you have any proof that like you try to reach out to him? I'm putting together a video that's going to get a lot of views. I just want to know if you actually legitimately tried to. Like, I'm trying to like paint you both in like the correct light. I don't want to misconstrue like what you're saying." And then being like, "Yeah, here's a Discord screenshot of him ignoring me," and then being like, "Okay, cool, it definitely happened. Sweet. All right, well, I don't know why he did that. Haha. What about the YouTube comments? Did he actually delete those? Do you have proof of that?" And then that way you would like not for some reason just randomly say, "We don't know if it's true. Pirate could be genuinely acting in good faith here by trying to shut down a guy's movement to hold big video game companies accountable." Okay. Oh, here we go. Ross actually commented, "I'm Ross, the other guy in the video. You're 100% correct about YouTube comments being difficult to communicate since all my other attempts to comment here didn't make it through the auto filters. I swear if I type more than 3 sentences, the system flags me. So I went and made a pastebin of what I was going to write if you want my side of things." Oh, perfect. Awesome. Look at that. Will there be a follow-up video? Okay. Here's a pastebin. Thanks for Stop Killing Games. This isn't the first time I've talked to you about Pirate Software. But this is the first time it's got more attention. I'm trying to do a quick rundown. We launched the European Citizens Initiative. Okay, we kind of went over that a little bit. I reached out to him despite the insult, waiting to at least clarify what he got wrong. He then deleted the VOD and the response, but thankfully someone backed that up also. Okay, so what is this? What is this video? Is this the...
I've gotten
a... What is this?
Message. I got a message from Ross. Who's the person
Oh, okay. Look at that.
behind the Stop Killing Games initiative. This is Ross, the guy from your video you responded to at 10:24. Based on your response, I think there's a combination of values clash and there's a misunderstanding on much of what we're asking for. For example, WoW would likely be exempt from this measure since it's considered under law as a true service. Likely is the problem that I have with your statement there. In other words, the customer is told explicitly that their access ends at the time of payment. Most live service games do not do this, which could run afoul of EU law. Most is patently incorrect.
I just okay. I feel like he comes off really aggro already out the gate for literally no fucking reason, but go on.
There were many other misunderstandings in your video. It's clear that you hate the initiative, and I doubt I would change that. That is correct. I would.
So he already admits that he hates this initiative, even though like Ross feels like he misconstrued his entire argument. He then says, "I don't think I could change your mind about it," and he clarifies and says, "Yeah, no, you couldn't. I hate this movement that I myself didn't read through much and argued my own personal points." Do you see why this like comes off as completely disingenuous and fucking asinine, and why like Pyrocynical's take of, well, you can look at both sides of it, I'm not like a big fan of, because obviously there's two sides to every story. That's how we should operate. But when there's clear evidence and outline of one person trying to act in good faith and one person being an asshole, then you know your biases sort of start to shift a little bit, right? Cognitive bias goes burr. Exactly.
Would encourage you to at least hate it for what it accurately is. I do. We obviously have...
Okay. This is the shit I hate, man. I just... Dude, these types of people that just like... You're wrong. Why do you think I'm wrong? You're just fucking wrong. Well, can I explain why I think I'm right? No, you're just wrong. You're wrong. Like, it just... You hate arguing with those types of people because they're just assholes. They come off as arrogant assholes. And it's like... Again, it's a very ego thing. I'm sure you guys have like worked with people like this that come off as just not fun to engage with, and they think that they like know everything about the world. They think they're smarter than everyone around them. They're just not, I don't know, they're just not good people to have conversations with. And this like entire attitude of, hey, I'm trying to reach out to you. You seem to like be misrepresenting my whole movement. and just being like, yeah, no, I'm not. You're wrong. Nothing you can do to change my mind, and I hate it because I know what, like, it's what? Just try to be objective for a fucking minute? I don't know. The creator reaches out and says, hey, I think you misconstrued it. Oh, what do you think I misconstrued? Just tell me what you think I did wrong. That should be your first take, no? Like, your first initial take should be, what do you think I misconstrued it? Let's argue that. Not, no, I'm right, you're wrong.
Have very different perceptions of what's likely outcome of this. I think those details influence that. That said, we also have a values clash. You state repeatedly that a game being permanently disabled is not a problem. It is not. A live service game is meant to end one day. There's nothing wrong with that.
Won't somebody think of Tencent and League of Legends? Won't somebody defend Square Enix? What will these billion-dollar companies do?
This is where we very clearly disagree. You're actually the most high-profile person I know that is adamantly against what we're doing.
Which is bad towards the movement. That's why it's important. It is bad if, like, hey, I'm putting together something I think is good. I'm looking to put together a movement where I go out and I feed the homeless on my street. The fucking some influencer here in Colorado pulls up and says, this guy's poisoning homeless food. All of a sudden now I'm getting a bunch of shit. People are fucking throwing eggs at my house. They're like, I try to go to the store. Hey, can I get some of that free food you promised for the homeless? No, sorry. We heard that you're poisoning this and trying to kill the homeless population. We don't want to get involved with your movement. Now you have to sit and be like, who misrepresented what the fuck I'm trying to do here? You try to contact the influencer that's like, yo, why are you telling people I'm poisoning my food? Oh, because I know you are. Well, can I just explain my side of things? No, I'm right. You're wrong. Well, I just don't, I feel like that's not what's going on. Doesn't matter. You're wrong. Oh, okay. Like, why did you bring millions of people to now think that I'm an asshole? What's the point in that? I'm just trying to help people. That's purely what this comes off of. I don't know what kind of profit margin like Ross would receive from this to any capacity. Like, what does Ross gain from a law being passed for video games to continue their service past the point of obsolescence, right? Does he gain money from that? No. Like, the only thing that happens is that now you as a consumer may or may not, through legal means, have access to a game that would otherwise no longer have access to it because the server shut down. Instead, there would be a feature in the game that would be built in that would allow you to say local host, and you can continue to play that game. What is wrong with that? Well, what if Final Fantasy 14 is forced to like continue service and what? Yeah, what if League of Legends would have never been made if this was a law? Huh? The what? Okay. I'm right, you're wrong.
Cool. If you're interested, I'd be fine with having a discussion with you on where we could at least clarify things.
Great. You should definitely do this. It seems like you both disagree on something. This would be very interesting to watch. You're a software developer. He's a video game enthusiast. Maybe he has some insight as well into software development. Maybe you can find a middle ground where you can both pursue towards a common goal, which is that, hey, the customers, they should not get the shit end of the stick when it comes to live service games. And maybe there's some commonality here between both of your arguments, right? Sounds great.
But your choice. I don't think I want to do that. And
oh, okay, good. All right. Well, I'm glad that we dealt with that in the most professional, adult way possible. Yeah, there's definitely no biases in this engagement whatsoever, for sure. Yeah, I feel like this was great. This was probably the best outcome, genuinely.
The reason why is this. It is because specifically your video that made me not interested in wanting to talk to you. It is specifically this portion of your video right here where you discuss reasons why your initiative could pass. And your description of this I find to be disgusting.
Politicians like easy wins, and this doesn't require them to do much at all. And unless it involves gambling or protecting children, politicians generally don't care about video games. So this isn't of big consequence to them or most of their constituencies. EU law is already unclear on a lot of this practice anyway, and we would be making it easy for them to settle it. It falls in line with other consumer practices. You know how when you buy something, you're generally allowed to keep it? And finally, this is a diversion from really serious topics that politicians would prefer not to deal with.
So politicians are going to put this forward because it's an easy win. They don't understand the subject matter, and it's a diversion from more serious issues. I don't have any respect for that.
What? So we've defended Tencent, we've defended Square Enix, and now we're defending politicians. What are we doing? What? No, because he's right, dude. Politicians will put this on the floor because it could be... Dude, what? Wait, what? Does he not understand how... Bro, politicians constantly post bullshit on the wall because if their bill goes through, then they can put on their resume that they proposed a bill that went through. So many of them do this. What? That's why whenever there's like a big bill, there's tons of shit that they're trying to sneak into it. I'm so confused by this. This is like the most like... Everyone knows that, no? Is he upset that he talked about politicians like they're not always there for the people? I'm so confused. What is the take here? What is the actual take here? Is that politicians are awesome? We should never berate our politicians? What?
And I don't have any reason to have a conversation with you because of...
What, dude? This is so fucking dumb. I don't have any reason to talk to you because you think politicians don't have our best interest. Wait, what the fuck? You hate politicians? Yeah, I'm not gonna talk with you. Bro does not listen to punk. He hears one punk song. What the fuck did they say? What? Did they say Rage Against the Machine? What the fuck? Yo, turn that shit off, bro. Dude, I feel like he got called out and this was like his attempt to grasp at straws personally. Like, oh shit, wait, this guy called me out. Well, yeah, you know what? I will never talk to you because you think politicians don't have people's best interest. And so I will never engage with someone that thinks politicians don't represent us to the full and max capacity. Bro said politicians. He didn't even say like conservatives or liberals. He literally said politicians. I think most people can agree. Yeah, politicians, you know, they're definitely interested in putting money in their pockets. Generally, most of the time. There's maybe a few, and I'm not going to get into it, that you could count as like truly working on behalf of the people. Again, not getting into it. But like the guy didn't even say one party or the other. This is just so weird. Could you replay his reply? Sure, dude. Like the post about the politicians or what he said following the politicians bullet point.
And finally, this is a diversion from really serious topics that politicians would prefer not to deal with.
So politicians are going to put this forward because it's an easy win. They don't understand the subject matter, and it's a diversion from more serious issues.
I'll show you something real quick. Give me a second. This will take me literally less than a second. You ready for this?
How many data
This is from your Congress. Politicians, by the way.
categories do you store? Does Facebook store on the categories that you collect?
Senator, can you clarify what you mean by data categories?
There's some past reports that have been out there that indicate that that Facebook collects about 96 data categories for those 2 billion active users. That's 192 billion data points that are being generated, I think, at any time from consumers globally. So how many does Facebook store out of that? Do you store any?
Senator, I'm not actually sure what that is referring to.
Could somebody call you up and say, I want to see John Kennedy's file?
Absolutely not.
could you, if not could you, not would you do it, could you do it?
In theory.
Do you have the right to put my data, a name on my data, and share it with somebody?
I do not believe we have the right to do that.
Do you have the ability?
Senator, the data is in the system,
Do
so
you have the ability?
technically I think someone could do that, but that would be a massive breach. So we would never do that.
It would be a breach.
Are you willing to change your business model in the interest of protecting individual privacy?
Congresswoman, we have made and are continuing to make changes to reduce the amount of
No,
data.
are you willing to change your business model in the interest of protecting individual privacy?
Congresswoman, I'm not sure what that means.
If I choose to terminate my Facebook account, can I bar Facebook or any third parties from using the data that I had previously supplied for any purpose whatsoever?
Yes, Senator. If you delete your account, we should get rid of all of your information.
You should, or
we do?
Do you?
We do.
How about third parties that you have contracted with to use some of that underlying information, perhaps to target advertising for themselves? You can't. Do you claw back that information as well, or does that remain in their custody?
Well, Senator, this is actually a very important question. I'm glad you brought this up because there's a very common misperception about Facebook that we sell data to advertisers. And we do not sell data to advertisers.
Well,
we don't sell data
you clearly
to anyone.
rented.
Quite a story, right? Dorm room to the global behemoth that you guys are, only in America. Would you agree with that?
Senator, mostly in America.
You couldn't do this in China, right? Or what you did in 10 years.
Well, Senator, there are some very strong Chinese internet companies.
Right, but you're supposed to answer yes to this question.
Even if Facebook doesn't earn money from selling data, doesn't Facebook earn money from advertising based on that data?
Yes, Congresswoman, we run ads. That's the business model is running ads.
How do you sustain a business model in which users don't pay for your service?
Senator, we run ads.
So when he brings up, hey, politicians mostly don't care about video games, and that they're going to have a hard time with this one, considering they don't care about it, to use his own words.
So this isn't of big consequence to them or most of their constituencies. EU law is already unclear on a lot of this practice anyway, and we would be making it easy for them to settle it.
He means that they're like already having a lot of difficulty navigating the internet and social media and whatever this even is in the first place. So he's trying to make it easier for them to be on board with like use little word, convey big meaning. But the overreaction by Pirate on this one just cracks me up.
Diversion from really serious topics that politicians would prefer not to deal with.
So politicians are going to put this forward because it's an easy win. They don't understand the subject matter, and it's a diversion from more serious issues.
Hello? So politicians are going to put this forward because it's an easy win. They don't understand the subject matter, which they don't. It's a diversion for more serious issues. So wait, is he grandstanding on the point? Oh wait, what is it the last bullet point?
And finally, this is a diversion from really serious topics that politicians would prefer not to deal with.
So is their reaction to like, because I think he means to say that like politicians have a hard time bringing on bills that have like really, really serious implications or difficult or contentious topics on the floor. And that's pretty obvious. Like, I think you guys off the top of your head know what those topics are that are constantly brought to the floor. And there's a lot of gerrymandering, or not gerrymandering, sorry, a lot of filibustering and butting heads over. I think his point is just, maybe this is an easy one. Does Pirate not see it that way? Does he see it as like, I'm creating an entire movement to discuss serious topics from being presented to Congress? Is that how he took it? Wait, what? Did he take it like literally? Like the guy is purposefully trying to distract our Congress and Senate from dealing with serious topics. Now he's like, how dare you? Our senators have a lot more serious things to deal with, and you trying to distract them? I will not stand by that. Is that what he thinks he meant? Like, genuinely, does he not understand what he means by his last bullet point?
Understand the subject matter, and it's a diversion from more serious issues. I don't have any respect for that.
So he misconstrued his entire movement, and then to double down when the guy's like, hey, can we get in a call? I want to clarify things because I don't think you understand it. He said, no, I understand it completely, and then went on to misconstrued his entire movement again and said, I have no respect for you with my now misconstrued version of events and my now misconstrued painting of your caricature. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Not to like, I don't want to be mean or anything, but like this. Was Thor ever spanked as a kid? Was Pirate Software ever spanked?
And I don't have any reason to have a conversation with you because of this. Good luck.
I feel like that's spankless behavior. Total spankless behavior. He then went on to make 2 more videos on SKG where he misrepresented it for a 3rd time. I'm not surprised by that. He made the following claims. It was about single-player games only and not multiplayer games. Epic. We were asking to convert single-player into multiplayer games. I did not see that anywhere. We were asking for endless support. Yeah, I guess if, like, you just make up your own narrative and then argue how bad that is, then you just win. But, like, that's not the argument that was made in the first place. In fact, because of this, he said that he had to put in a whole nother, like, section there specifically for single-player games. Because this was never addressed. But because Thor made such a big shit show about this being exclusive to single-player, that now this had to be, like, addressed. Because it's like, okay, this big content creator with 3 million subs thinks we're trying to kill single-player games. The movement's called Stop Killing Games, and this big content creator came out and said, we're trying to kill single-player indie games. So let's put something in there that clarifies that, hey, this isn't about that. This is about, like, live service slop. He's saying he doesn't like the argument that the law would pass, not because it's good and well thought of, but because it's an easy win. Can you... Is this facetious? I'm trying to understand. He doesn't like the argument that the law would pass because it's an easy win. But, like, brother, I guess sure he could say, I don't like that you think it's an easy win. It might be difficult. But then he goes on to just misconstrue the argument 3 more times. So, like, what he's arguing his own demons and they don't exist. He's arguing against the boogeyman, and poor Ross has to come in and say, bro, just fucking hear me out, man. Like, this is a good thing. Tav been saying the devil argument the whole time. Well, at first Tav was on board, but now Tav is... I don't know what Tav is trying to say. Like, I'm trying to understand what you're... Like, what do you mean he's saying... Like, he's... So it's not about the politicians. It's not about the easy... it's not about the serious subjects. I generally don't know, even off that clip. I'm in between... Oh, you're a fence sitter. Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not really sure what he was trying to argue or grandstand there at the end. I generally don't know. We saw 5 bullet points, and he said, see, that right there is why I will never respect this. And it was like 5 different points that were made. So I assumed it was the last point because he didn't pause at point 2 and say this is why, or point 3 and this is why. He saw all 5 bullet points, which all had different meanings behind them. And then at the end, he said, this is why. So now I'm supposed to take whatever I can out of his interpretation. A plan needs to be made. Okay, so here's where you're coming at this wrong, Tav. I'm going to explain it to you. You're coming at this from the position of like, hey, there needs to be a better plan. Great. However, that is not what Pirate was advocating at all here. He did not advocate that, let's work on this. Hey, I support the initial idea. I just want to maybe change some things. Hey, this could affect single-player games. Is there a stance on that at all in this movement? He attacked this thing from the very start, okay? He attacked a misconstrued argument because he attacked single-player games, which has nothing to do with it. The guy behind this said, yo, can I clarify some stuff? You seem to have a lot of animosity towards this thing that I'm trying to do, which is to preserve these games. He then said, no, I'll never support you. He outlined some weird point in there about like senators and laws and said, I don't respect you and I will not support this movement. Where is he supposed to, where is this like a plan needs to be better than petitioning? That's what I got. No, you're finding your own meaning. Dude, if you, wait, hold on. Have you never had a conversation with somebody before? I'm not trying to be like mean about it, but like listen to this. This is not how you talk to people.
I've gotten a message.
This is not how you say, "Hey, I think your idea could use some work. Let's like work on it." Or here's where I think you could like, you know, fill in the gap. You don't talk to people like this.
I got a message from I have with your statement there. In other words, the customer is told explicitly that their access ends at the time of payment. Most live service games do not do this, which could run afoul of EU law. Most is patently incorrect.
Just saying, no, you're wrong.
There were many other misunderstandings in your video. It's clear that you hate the initiative, and I doubt I would change that. That is correct.
Yeah, I'll never back this up. I hate your initiative.
I would encourage you to at least hate it for what it accurately is. I do.
No. I didn't misconstrue it. I actually accurately hate it.
We obviously have very different perceptions of what's likely outcome of this.
I agree he's a shit communicator, and as an influencer, is communicating is his job. Yeah, he also has 3 million subs, and he made these statements to many, many viewers, disparaging them inadvertently by denouncing this movement. It's not to say, hey, this movement could use some work. He literally shit on it, said I would never support it. He attacked this guy personally, like at the end, especially.
I think those details influence that. That said, we also have a values clash. You state repeatedly that a game being permanently disabled is not a problem. It is not. A live service game is meant to...
He said a game being permanently disabled is not a problem. And he says, yeah, live service. He says game, not live service. Already misconstruing literally plain text, which is right here. A game. Not live service game, not a game that's meant to be online only. This is a game. Not a problem. He says, yeah, not a problem for live service games. That is fundamentally where they differ. One guy thinks it's about live service games. The other guy thinks you're trying to kill the indie scene. Like that, he's trying to explain to him, hey, I'm not trying to kill the indie scene. I support the indie scene. I just want the big corpos, which, by the way, he defended when he said Square Enix shouldn't have to shut down Final Fantasy XIV because of this. The guy never made that claim to begin with.
To end one day. There's nothing wrong with that. This is where we very clearly disagree. You're actually the most high-profile person I know that is adamantly against what we're doing. Cool. If you're...
And then he's like happy about it. He's like, yeah, cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool that I'm like the biggest influencer that is like hating on you.
Interested, I'd be fine with having a discussion with you on where we could at least clarify things, but your choice. I don't think I want to do that. And the reason why is this.
And he brings up this video with the bullet points. There's 5 bullet points. And then he just says, this is why.
Topics that politicians would prefer not to deal with.
So politicians are going to put this forward because it's an easy win. They don't understand the subject matter, and it's a diversion from more serious issues. I don't have any respect for that. And I don't have any reason to have a conversation with you because of this. Good luck.
What? Like I feel like I'm the one. I feel like I got gaslit from that. So, yeah, there's a lot wrong with the way he went about this, and it's not just like, well, he's just saying that he could work a little better on his petition. No, he's saying fuck you, basically. Inadvertently, he's saying fuck you in one video. Then he says fuck you again in a response, and he makes another fuck you video. Hit him with good luck, bud. We were having momentum with signatures at this time. As soon as he released that video, the signatures started drying up. Now it's possible it was a coincidence, but there was a major streamer that refused to talk about this afterwards due to the pirate drama surrounding it. Could have helped make or break the initiative. So it's speculation as to whether he single-handedly killed our chance at getting a consumer law passed on this, but it sure didn't help. I wouldn't describe the campaign as doing really well, more like it's in a very precarious place. So yeah, I could see that. I mean, it might be a coincidence too. I'm not gonna say like Pirate killed this movement, but Pirate tried very hard to stop it, right? He was very happy to put like a stick in the in the wheel as it was rolling. And for what? Like, I still don't really know why. Like, other than he thought that this movement would kill indie games that were live service, but this specifically was addressed multiple times that that's not what it's even about. To which he just said, "Yeah, no, good luck," after not liking his take about politicians like easy wins. So, yeah, what an absolute shit show, dude. Even I think Pirate is right here in theory. He's still an asshole here. I mean, you're arguing from like your own interpretation of what you think he's right about. That's what's confusing me, right? Like, you're like, I think he's right in theory. What do you think he's right about? He said like poor League of Legends would have never been made if this movement went through. And he said, I don't like how you're talking about politicians. What is the theory behind what he's saying? Like, in his own vacuum argument of this might hurt the single player games if this was made into law, and single player live service games that weren't even the ones on the chopping block would be affected by this, would be bad. I mean, I could watch his own video on it, but like, I'm not going to watch the video now that I see that he just completely misrepresented the argument to begin with. I mean, he seems like he's right in his own mind for his own interpretation of it. Sure. I think that's how most people argue, is they think they're right. You know what I mean? Like, you ever get into a heated argument, you think you're right because of your own interpretation of something you thought happened that didn't? That's what this is. That the plan is way too undercooked to be a law. So you think that Genius IQ Pirate Software saw that there's holes in this plan, right? I mean, he is genius. Through genius, he solves these puzzles, by the way, that nobody else, even a community put together a Discord to solve a puzzle. He was able to do that in a matter of hours. But through his genius, he's not able to articulate what he means, but he meant to point out holes in the plan, holes in the movement. And instead of just saying, hey, I think there's issues with your movement, he says, I don't agree with you fundamentally or respect you. Good luck. Like, literally, yes. So you're saying that the guy with millions of subscribers who spends 12 hours a day talking to people doesn't understand how to read or how to talk? That's your devil's advocate here. The guy that spends all day making shorts about trying to communicate ideas to people all day does not understand how to read or how to talk to people when presented with an idea. Is that like your defense of the situation? Here's my because sometimes, you know, like, there's a thing called Occam's razor. The most simplest solution is most likely the solution. I think that he felt like an idiot and he decided to double down. So that's what I think. I think that once he realized, hey, I look dumb because I argued something that didn't exist, but if I admit that, then everyone's going to think I'm dumb. So instead, I'm just going to berate this individual and then close his message like I just won the debate. I think that's a much easier explanation rather than, no, he just didn't understand it the first time or the second time, and he made 2 different videos because he didn't understand it, and he read Rouse's message and he didn't understand it, and what he meant to say was that the plan needed more work, but he put it in this like not eloquent way by saying, I don't respect you or your ideas. What he meant to say was, no, I do respect you, I just don't like the way you're going about it, let's try a different approach. But he just didn't No, I think he just got caught and he just decided to double down, and I think that's been a series what we've seen from him as a result of like many Reddit threads and stuff like that, and like some of the witch hunts, I'll call them, they were a little bit witch hunty with some of the stuff people were saying. That is me playing devil's advocate, I guess, to some degree, is that some stuff did seem a little witch hunty with what people were targeting and accusing him for, right? Like, people were making videos about him, but I think in this case he is his own worst enemy, and I think him like trying to stop this movement that seemed to be coming from like a good place was just like completely unnecessary, especially as a big content creator. Like, you should know your power and your value as someone with 3 million subs, what your words can do to others, right? Like, if I went on and decided to just attack somebody that has literally like 1/10 of what I have in viewers, you know, I should be doing it under like the premise of I truly feel like I'm correct, not just because my ego's bruised. You know what I mean? You should never be punching down, especially like something that didn't concern him in the first place. He just he involved himself and he tried to like pretty much, you know, like I said earlier, stifle the movement. And for what? To do what? What was the point? Now there's less eyes on it, allegedly, as a result of this. Now people don't care about it as much. And now there's like drama surrounding it. Why? Why do that? What was the point? He saved the indie scene by giving big corp a pass to just shut off your game whenever they feel like it. Okay. They said they had a list of 700 games and 40% of them were indefinitely shut down, right? But then the context, that's over 280 games that quite literally you paid for, people paid for, and then they said, oh, and then they turned off the lights and you can no longer access them. And some people have went to make their own private servers and stuff like that, but it's not really legally backed. In fact, to put bluntly, it actually is legally backed, but not in the favor of the consumer. For example, the World of Warcraft private servers, do you guys remember that? When players were really adamant about bringing Classic back and they made their own private servers, do you recall when Blizzard stepped in and shut them down because they had the right to do that? Yeah, so it is legally backed, but not for the consumers, right? The people who paid for the original World of Warcraft Classic, they wanted to play World of Warcraft Classic. Could they do that? No, because Big Blizz came in and said, you're not going to run free servers on our behalf. You're making us look bad. They shut the servers down, and lo and behold, WoW Classic, WoW Hardcore is now their biggest moneymaker. Oh my god, but when somebody think of Blizzard, what would have happened to Blizzard if they were held accountable? Won't somebody defend Blizzard? I think he'd see holes, but would rather take an easy route of drinking or of dunking on it rather than legitimate criticism, because then he might get dunked on instead if he says too much. So we went from he might not understand the argument to, okay, he understands the argument and he's arguing it in bad faith, and he'd rather be an asshole. Like, no, I understand what you're trying to do, which is just to be like, oh, well, let me play a little devil's advocate here. What if he's a piece of shit? No, I agree. I think the way he approached it was very piece of shit like. I think you and I can both agree. Now, the method of whether it was wrong or right, I think we could argue, sure. But the end result is that he pulled an asshole move, and this movement suffered, clearly. Or at least Ross indicated that the movement suffered, whether or not it was because of him or not. But sending 3 million people to look at your criticism of something you didn't understand in the first place is not a good look, right? It's just like my argument about the giving food to homeless people. If some guy with 3 million subscribers sat outside my house and said, this guy poisons the homeless, it doesn't matter what I do at that point, right? Now 3 million people think I poison the homeless, right? And then if he doesn't do his best effort to say, okay, look, maybe I overthought the homeless thing. Are you actually poisoning them? Instead, he's like, well, no, I'm not going to listen to you about your take of how you're feeding the homeless, because in your bullet point, you said you're feeding the homeless because politicians aren't doing anything about it. So I don't agree with that. Goodbye. All right. I mean, they're the same thing. He didn't try to thoroughly understand every part because he didn't like what he did understand. He didn't try to understand every part because he out the gate misunderstood it and then argued against the thing he misunderstood for an entire fucking video, then based on his own presumption of the misunderstanding went into an argument under his own bias, said the guy was wrong, was happy that he's blocking his movement, then said, I'll never talk to you again because of another thing that he misunderstood. The bullet points.
Stream win.
He brought up the bullet points, which he misunderstood for already his misunderstood argument. So he misunderstood the whole thing, argued his misunderstanding, but like you're either saying he misunderstood it, may have accidentally argued it to almost bad faith, or he did understand it but said, no, it'll be better if I just shut down the whole thing, appear like an asshole, and then like dismiss the guy for like having worse values than me because he says politicians are like lazy and don't always work on behalf of the people. Like none of this makes any sense at all. What is this? Like I really am trying to my best to see through your point of view. He was being reductive. No, I agree. No, he definitely that's the guy's argument. He reduced the whole thing to something that it wasn't in the first place. Yeah, that's bad faith. It's bad faith. I stand with Tav. I gotta put you on a list as well, I guess. It's bad faith because he didn't try his earnest to say, okay, maybe I did generally misunderstand. What about your argument do you think I misunderstood? Let me listen to that. Because maybe I did drop the ball here. It's bad faith to say, no, I'm not arguing with you. Get out of here. I didn't misunderstand anything. Goodbye. That's not a good look, man. All right? That's not how you talk to people. That's not how you form ideas and how you have back and forths. That's how miscommunications and misunderstandings happen every day. And people just like paint the most worst case scenario in their head about it afterwards, right? How many times in your family has someone done something that you felt was a personal slight against you, and then you brood on it all day, and then you were so mad at them that by the end you hated them, but then you realized, oh wait, actually I just misunderstood something completely. And I dwelled on it all day, and it turns out that what I thought they said or what I thought they did or what I thought they meant was not actually what happened, right? And so I pictured the worst outcome. Turns out that it was a misunderstanding, and now we're good. But not doing that as somebody that has like millions of viewers and just painting somebody in a bad light to millions of viewers, that's not good. That's not a nice thing to do, right? I feel like you and Tav are on the same side. We're 80% overlap. Where do you think we differ? Because I'd like to know where you think you differed. Because is it like you feel like he? I actually don't even know, because you at first you said that you thought that he knew the premise, then just talked disparagingly because he knew that there's no defending it, and then the other side you said you just think he generally misunderstood it. So I actually don't know where that 20% overlap that we don't agree on is, because now I feel like you're defending him from two different ways, right? Like one way is he's an asshole that doesn't understand. The other way is he's an asshole that does understand. That's how I take it, at least. What is this clip? Somebody sent me this clip earlier.
I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality, I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
See, guys, I just try to paint you guys context. I don't misunderstand anything. I just give you guys context.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this. Yeah. That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right? So, oh, yeah, so...
I don't know. I get, like, the... I feel like I'm arguing with, like, an ex-girlfriend. Like, when you're like, hey, this thing that you did really hurt me, and I didn't like that. And she goes like, well, I don't see it that way, but okay. All right. Well, I guess that's that. I guess it's a wrap, folks. Call it a day. I mean, you don't see it that way. I guess we're good. Arguing with a psychiatrist is definitely healthy. I feel like I've been to a psychiatrist. It'd be pretty funny if I was like, no, you're wrong.
You don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
I mean, all right. Guys, I mean, I'm not gonna like pretend to, be super eloquent and like I know how to talk and blah 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 blah. Like, I constantly screw up. I feel like if you're on the internet 12 hours a day streaming, you're probably gonna say some dumb shit. Like, let's just be honest. I will say that from my own personal experience, okay, I've had many conversations with content creators over the years. Some of them are retarded. All right, I don't know how else to say it. Like, I try to use maybe more like better terminology, but that's just the truth. They constantly say stupid shit. They don't have any like actual real world experience. They fumble their words. They don't know how to socialize, and so like as a result, you'll end up getting clips of people and their takes that you don't necessarily agree with. That's just the reality of the situation. So is this a situation like that? I don't know. I just don't see why this entire like situation played in the first place, why a drama video was created out of it. Screaming at me. Or how this is like relevant at all to anything. Because like now what happens? A video was made. Now what? Like the movement now suffers. There's nothing that's gonna come out of it. Unca's gonna be canceled. Brother, what'd you say to me earlier? You called me Megamind earlier, bro. Like, relax. One of my shit talkers VIP says I'm gonna be canceled. What a surprise. Anyways, Kitty's not happy. Yeah, I was screaming about something. Megamind versus R Word. R Word is crazy. What's up? Jesus. Is Night Rain worth it? I don't know. So far, not looking like it, man. Everyone's just making like, oh, dude. Everyone's making like things you should do in Night Rain. Things that I do in Night Rain. Tips. Things to avoid. I love Night Rain. I have 1,000 hours in Elden Ring. I think the game was made for you. You got 2 people to play with? I do not. They didn't add a duo mode. That's probably the biggest takeaway from it at the end of the day. Is they didn't add a duo mode. Yo, Derockawali, appreciate you. Thank you 11 months. Do you have friends? Play Night Rain. If you don't have friends, do you not play it? That's not like a good sell, though, is it? I feel like this game's probably going to get some pushback. Like, unless I see that, like, what do you call it? Review counter go up or down. So far, it's sticking at a solid 67%. I think it's going up slowly. I saw it at 65 earlier yesterday. This morning it went up to 66%. Now it's at 67. So I think it's slowly going up. Like I said, I predicted this game probably lands at a soft 70%. Just because of the footage that I saw from it. Is Night Rain worth it? I don't know. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I don't know because I haven't played it, right? But I said I was gonna sit on it. Okay, that sounds a little weird. Cult, please. Cult of the Lamb. Guys, I'm gonna start Cult of the fucking Lamb. At what time is it? At 10 o'clock at night. Let me just start Cult of the Lamb. What if someone buys it for you? Night Rain, if someone buys it for me, I still don't know if I would play it.
And you play anime.
I thought about doing like a solo run in Night Rain, but I don't know if it's worth it. What's up, Lindsay? Yeah, I know people still want me to Call the Lamb. I'm still considering when I would do that. Read us the Silmarillion. Is it a Warhammer thing? It does not sound worth it solo. Yeah, which is why it would be good content. The worth it would come from the content of seeing me be like, I lost. I might unsubscribe from Rage Gaming, bro. I actually might unsubscribe from Rage Gaming. I'm not joking about it.
And finally, Night Rain.
How to win runs easy and important unlocks early. Yesterday they made a video called like 26 tips and best classes. I never knew what the best class was. They just said, I don't even know what the tips were. They said this game's about this for 20 minutes. And they're like, at the end, they're like, here's the classes. All right, let's play the game.
If you've just jumped in yourself now, you may have found yourself with an extremely challenging first experience. That's because it's never going to be harder than it is right now, when you basically have no information, awareness of the best options, or even how to plan a route around them, or, you know, literal relics and progression items that you get by playing the game. Now, we're also in that fun stage of discovery where this game's going to be at its highest. So I want this video to help you without basically ruining that fun. So what do you get for winning runs? What's the actual progression of the game? And importantly, how do you actually win your very first run? We're going to start with that. You'll see that I'm stood here now as the Revan, but there's also another Nightfarer.
Revan's like the only class that seems interesting, like a summoner class.
that you won't have unlocked initially. So the very first and obvious form of progression is getting all of your Nightfarers unlocked, and that's going to be an important thing. There's a grand total of 8, but you start with 6. So you've got to unlock both the Revenant and the Duchess initially. The Revenant is actually easier to unlock than the Duchess. In the Roundtable Hold, there's a Jar Merchant.
Important unlocks. Okay, so this is where you unlock different classes. Roundtable QOL.
Dexterity. So what other kind of progressions are we working on in that regard? Well, let's talk about the Roundtable Hold and all of the things that are in it that are going to lead to progression. Did you realize you can actually try to open your map while you're in the hold? And you're able to see everything and where everyone actually is. But further, you can just go down this list and instantly teleport around the round table, instantly interacting with the different features like so. So if I want to go to the shop, I'm immediately at the shop and I'm actually already in the shop
my
window.
God.
Pretty handy to know. Let's start with the visual codex, which I think is a really good idea for you to take a look at.
Oh my God, I don't care about this. Don't care about this. Where's the easy win? Oh, here. Maybe is this an easy win?
Right, that kind of progression and information is probably handy to know, but how do you actually win your first run? I want to give you a bunch of advice really quickly. If you look at the expedition list, you can see each and every type of Night Lord, and there's a little icon next to it. So, say with the Gladius here, the first one you'll be doing...
I don't know shit. Is this a DLC or a new game? Yes. Yes, it is.
It's got a holy icon next to it. That is because the main weakness of Gladius is holy. So you'd be after holy benefits to beat Gladius. Weapons, buffs, or otherwise. And to find those, just open the map mid-run.
They have weaknesses? I wonder who they took that from. Where was the inspiration for your bosses have weaknesses?
You'll see that the different locations have an element...
like every game. Like every game ever, actually.
Icon next to them. This represents the kind of rewards you'll find there. So, for Gladius, you'll be hunting holy rewards, and you'll check where that's going to be in this run. Before that though, I'd recommend you pick a character and get comfortable. The Sparring Grounds is absolutely clutch for this purpose, and I know that it might seem like, oh, I don't need to do that, but the mechanics are quite impressive. You can go ahead and change all kinds of things. Like, we can see the sheer difference.
I was going to level up a training dummy.
Between this character's level 1 and 2 in regards to health.
You get a training dummy for a roguelike?
It's not quite double, but it's not that far off. Not massive FP increase, but a bit of stamina increase. And then we go all the way to 15. That's how much of a difference these levels actually make. Also here, you can give yourself standard or no limitations on your ultimate and different character skills to practice them. And it'll show you what the buttons...
Wait, so the easy win was monsters, the Night Lords have weaknesses. Okay. Wait, what's best build guide and more? Where's that? Build advice.
In regards to building, like I said, you're going to want to focus element types that the Night Lord is weak to. For Gladius, in our context, that's holy. So again, check the locations with the right element tag on it and hunt those down. We then try to maximize the damage type with the building character. So like I said with Executor, he has S-scaling and arcane. So if I could find some rot or bleed or a poison option, I'm going to be incredible with those. So me and my team should be looking for those and piling it into me. Whereas the spellcasting stuff, I'll give to the Recluse because it's useless to me. I just want to highlight that team synergy and trading is super important to get the team online.
Okay, but you can't talk to your teammates.
Cut massively into the RNG by doing that. That's why single player is a lot harder. Or well, one of the many reasons, I suppose. Be aware that the items come with their own passives. So you could have a completely useless item in your offhand that you're never actually using, but it has a passive that's directly relevant to the thing you're trying to do. And then you've got the talismans, which as before are going to give you powerful passives that increase the power of your build. You get them often from killing scarabs, purchasing them from merchants, that center castle like we said. So at very least, try to have both talisman slots filled for everyone. While you're also at a merchant, be aware that there's a sort of smithing station there. You can upgrade weapons using smithing stones of the correct quality, from white to blue to purple.
Wait, did I miss the best build?
And then there's even legendary. Like I say, legendary is achieved through a special way, all the way to purple, which really gets the and weapons that aren't relevant, and that really helps. Last thing for your first win against Gladius is just Gladius himself. Be aware that his only real main mechanic is splitting into 3. This can be really handy if you have 1 or 2 people aggro all of them, and then you've got that third person just free to DPS. These wolves will do this kind of RP sidewalk as well, which is a free DPS window. It's amazing. So you try to maximize.
Okay, so the entire video is just like, here's the game. That was what the last video was. The last video was, this is the game. This is what the game is. This video is, This is the game currently. Here's how you unlock a couple classes. This is the game. I can't believe you missed the best build 3 days in a row from Clickbait. I'm going to get it. One of these days is going to be a real video from them. One of these days is going to be a real video, and then you guys will be like, oh my god. Holy crap, dude. Alex was right. Alex was so on point. There actually is a best build. Christ. Nice guitar, by the way. Thank you, Lexi. Appreciate that. First things about the game are 1, the wall climbing mechanic. It's janky, doesn't work half the time. 2, they should probably make the zone a little slower, do less damage because it's definitely too fast. It really is constant race against the clock. I gotcha. Do a Elden Ring run with Elon's build soon. Okay. I didn't have much else lined up here, unfortunately. That was kind of my reactions, my reaction segment. I don't even think like the pirate stuff's probably not gonna like actually be a video. There's no point. It's just so dumb. It's not like worth talking about it. Truly. CS, maybe some CS. Possibly CS. Have you played CS2 today? No, I haven't played CS today. Maybe we do that? Question mark. Refused cult, but doesn't have anything lined up. Bro, I'm not gonna... Dude. What are you... You're asking me? Like, cult is many, many hours. It would have to be like a full playthrough of it. I'm not just gonna load up an hour in a cult. Cursed baby. Is that a Philips Hue light bar? I don't know. It's some light bar. It's not working correctly because I static shocked it like months ago, and now the top part doesn't work. You can see that part that's white right there. It's broken up there. Only the bottom of it works. Sucks. Callisto. Relax. Okay. It's not a Callisto angle. Does Unk know he can come back to games over different days? Yeah, we tried that one time. It was a whole event I made, and it was the worst experience of my life. Cursed baby day. Cursed baby day. That was a day. I mean, you guys love Cursed Baby, huh? All three of you. Ooh, this person has a controversial video. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This video called The Many Failures of Elden Ring Night Rain. Uh-oh. Who's this by? This is by Scott Jund. The Many Failures. When did this come out? 6 hours ago. Uh-oh.
Out here. Today I want to talk about a bunch of criticisms I have for Elden Ring Night Rain. For those outside my community, I've been an avid Souls fan for over a decade. My entire channel started with Souls content. I met my wife because of Dark Souls 2. I've spent thousands of hours optimizing and perfecting builds and the mechanics of these games, so it is safe to say I am a massive Souls fan. I say all this because criticizing Souls content is a risky endeavor in the modern era, but I do think it's very clear that Night Rain has a ton of problems that stop it from being a great game, so let's just dive right into them. First off, what is Night Rain? Well, it's an Elden Ring roguelike spin-off, except I don't even really know if it's that. In what is possibly a huge Mandela effect, I can't actually find any interview or comment from the developers that Night Rain is actually a roguelike game. The official website describes it as a co-op action survival experience set in the world of Elden Ring. I spent about 30 minutes looking through interviews with the director, and nowhere did he ever use the phrase roguelike. Also, for the record, when I say roguelite, I understand there's a difference between roguelike and roguelite, but I don't want to sit here and just, well, actually, everyone, when we both know what kind of game I'm talking about, I'm not going to sit here and insult your intelligence and go, well, a roguelite actually has meta progression, and a roguelike, you know what kind of game I'm talking about, so we're all on the same page here. All that being said, I wanted to play devil's advocate and say that From Software never actually called it a roguelike, but let's be real, it is absolutely an attempt at making an Elden Ring variant of one. It features all the common characteristics from randomized locations, enemies, items, and differing levels of meta progression with short 45-minute runs that have final bosses that can also change.
Sure.
Despite what the developers officially call it, this game is a roguelike, although the roguelike mechanics are pretty bare bones and disappointing, and that is my first major complaint with the game.
Ooh.
Night Rain is simply not a good roguelike experience. Again, although not explicitly called one by the developers, it is certainly advertised as one, and even the Steam tags on the store's profile say it's a roguelike. One of the main characteristics of a roguelike, in my opinion, should be its extremely high level of replayability. For example, I have over 1,000 hours in The Binding of Isaac because no run is ever the same, so I never really run out of a desire to play the game unless I have to play Jacob because holy shit, I hate that character. On the other hand, Night Rain loses its replayability factor extremely quickly for a roguelike. Once you've seen all 8 Night Lords, the final bosses of each run, that's basically it. There isn't much further reason to play the game, and this comes down to a number of factors.
Really?
For one, the level of randomization is actually deceptively low.
You could beat this in a day, no?
The game's world is always the exact same with one notable exception, the Shifting Earth mechanic. Shifting Earth basically replaces around 1/4 to 1/5 of the map with an environmental effect. There are exactly 4 of these, a giant volcanic crater, a snowy mountaintop, an ancient city, and the classic poison swamp. And that's it. Other than these 4 modifiers, the map is exactly the same every single time. Now, certain roguelikes like Hades, for example, rely less on the environment itself being extremely random and rely more on the encounters in these locations changing, but Night Rain doesn't really do that correctly either. For example, there's a large castle in the middle of the map that will likely want to be visited every single run. This is because the enemies inside drop large amounts of runes, but the variance of the enemies is very low. To date, I've only ever seen 4 actual variants, ranging from every enemy being a Crucible Knight to every enemy being an annoying pot-throwing giant. Once you've seen the very small amount of variance in the center castle,
these guys are coordinated.
You've seen every single thing that can spawn at this location, and this happens really fast. Compare that to a single given room variant in The Binding of Isaac, for example, where you can enter a room 50 times and not see the same layout or assortment of enemies a single time. It gets old very fast, and the routes quickly become predetermined due to knowing what things can spawn where.
If you were just like
also brings me
speedrunning
to
this.
another failure point of the game, the routing. When you first play Night Rain, it may seem you can really just go anywhere, but you'll quickly learn this is a terrible idea. In fact, the game is deceptively linear if you want a successful run. The game will always spawn you directly at a starter camp, which is like a small camp of low-level enemies you can kill to get to level 2 quickly.
Sure.
Now, you want to do this because the difference between the HP from level 1 and 2 is astronomical, so you are extremely pigeonholed into doing the exact same startup every single run. Again, you can choose not to if you want, but playing Night Rain intentionally in a suboptimal fashion results in a far amount of greater risks, frustrations, and ultimately failures.
Agreed.
Now, as you play more and more, you'll realize each location has sort of a preset level range for the enemies found there. There are very clearly high and low level areas, and the enemies in these areas can have a few variants, but you start unknowingly creating a linear route in your head the more you play. It makes the most sense to start with the lower level areas and tackle the higher level areas when you're stronger. The problem is, even if you're an adept Souls player and decide to tackle the higher level content first, you are still at a loss because you simply just don't have the damage to offset the time it takes to kill a higher level enemy, despite how good you might be. Because of this, It doesn't really matter how good you are, there's always a correct path to follow. If you veer from this path, you are likely going to take too long to get the exact same rewards you'd get from killing 2 weaker things in the exact same time frame. In fact, the 2 weaker bosses will drop 2 items instead of 1, so it might even be better in that regard, even if the higher level enemies skew a bit more towards dropping rarer gear.
Sure.
The subtle railroading makes Night Rain offer far less freedom than its concept actually suggests. Unless you intend to keep losing runs over and over, you will eventually, even unintentionally, start running the same paths and hitting the same key structures every time you play. This is not something that takes hundreds of hours to happen. It happens very quickly, and that's a real shame. Now let's talk about the player customization. Just because the world doesn't really differ through each run, maybe your character does. Well, still, no, not really. If you've played Elden Ring before, there's almost nothing new you can equip. Sure, you can find legendary weapons like the Sword of Night and Flame in the original game, but I've already used that thing. I know what it does already. It's not really as exciting to get a legendary item when I already know what it does from the game the spin-off was based off of. To be fair, certain weapons have slight new modifiers to them. For example, Radahn's classic dual greatswords now have this gravity explosion at the start of a normal attack, and Godfrey's axe has a built-in shockwave on a charged heavy, for example. These modifications are really neat, and I was happy to see them, but the fact is about 99% of the shit you pick up is just an item from Elden Ring with nothing new about it. I'm all for cleverly reusing assets, but this is literally just Elden Ring's inventory with passive effects that are almost always
new.
boring stat upgrades. I do like the idea of passive effects, by the way. It is cool to be the recluse and pick up a great axe to stash in my pocket because it happened to roll increased spellcasting speed, but most of these passives are just that, very passive and not interesting. A lot of games suffer this boring upgrade pitfall where you get a shiny new effect, and the effect is just like +1 strength. Your two-handed weapons do 5% more damage. Your jump attacks do 6% more damage. It's useful, sure, but it's just not very exciting. The sad part is there are a few examples of genuinely cool passive effects. In one run, a friend of mine acquired a passive effect that allowed Frenzied Flame to erupt from him whenever he was slowly walking. Because he was playing Executor, a character who automatically slow walks in his deflection stance, he basically just like edge walked everywhere and erupted in fire. We were all just cracking up. Shit like that makes the runs feel more like a Binding of Isaac run with insanely weird and quirky powers and less like a standard multiplayer slop experience with just boring stat ups. Unfortunately, even though these effects are rare, most of them, although while initially appearing interesting, do almost nothing in terms of actual tangible effects. For example, there's another on-walking effect that casts Founding Rain of Stars at your location, except the damage is pitiful and only totals like half a melee attack if every projectile hits. So, luckily, those types of things can be fixed with simple number tweaks, so the potential is at least far higher here. More of these silly effects and less boring stat boosts, please. Now, there are also the Night Lords themselves, the final bosses at the end of each run. These are by and far the highlights of Night Rain. They are awesome. Yet, this fact is kind of at odds with itself, because you have to successfully complete a run to even see these bosses. You spend the least amount of time engaging with the most fun content that the game
Yeah, that's what everyone
has.
says.
Imagine
like the
if
bosses
your
are after like
favorite
a
fight in the
40-minute
Souls
run or
series
something,
had a
right?
45-minute run back every single
45 minute,
time.
yeah.
It would be terrible, and that's exactly what's happening here. The filler bosses on Night 1 and 2 are just not interesting enough to warrant excitement. Aside from a few classic Souls throwbacks, you're just kind of playing Elden Ring again, with more Elden Ring bosses that do almost exactly the same things. Maybe to someone with little experience with Elden Ring, these filler bosses would remain interesting for longer, but kind of at the same time, the game almost demands a previous level of Elden Ring knowledge to even succeed at it. So again, the design is just kind of at odds with itself. They really needed to match the creativity of the Night 1 and 2 bosses with the Night Lords themselves, as the Night Lord encounters are actually the shortest portion of the game, and ultimately they completely failed at this. There's just simply not enough new content to excite me until the very end of each run.
Dang.
Even if the game doesn't have the excitement to retain my interest until the end of each run, playing with friends always rectifies this issue. Doing anything with friends amplifies the fun of the activity drastically, and Night Rain is no exception. This is absolutely, as per the developer, a game strictly intended to be played with 3 friends. Or 2 friends, I guess. However, not everyone has 2 Souls fans to play with, so they're relegated to one of 3 options.
Wait, they left?
1, they can play solo offline and tackle the entire game by themselves. 2, they can queue with a single friend and have a random join as a third. Or 3, they can just solo queue and have 2 random teammates. All of these options are really not great in my opinion, so let's go over them. First off, strictly solo offline play. Night Rain is simply not a game designed for one player to beat it. Of course you can, but it doesn't change the fact you can clearly see mechanics that should involve multiple players. Certain characters are better than others at soloing the game, for example. I found Wilder and Raider to be very good at soloing Night Lords, but other classes like Recluse were absolute torture to play solo.
Okay.
A lot of classes have abilities clearly linked to supporting allies like Revenant, so their usefulness greatly diminishes playing solo as well.
Dang.
Combat encounters are also not really designed for one player. Often Night 1 and 2
that could be
bosses will
solved though
simply
if people
be
could just make their own builds. Like if you could just build whatever you want, however you want, that issue would like immediately go away. But the static classes, yeah, would make it kind of annoying.
swarms of enemies. Although the AI may be more passive in these scenarios, it's still abundantly clear that the game you're playing was not meant to be played alone. The Night Lords have nearly MMO-like raid mechanics that also heavily incentivize multiple players to participate in their mechanics. No amount of number tweaking defenses and damage will change the core mechanics of these fights. Playing with 2 random people is not much more of a pleasant experience. In fact, it could be even worse than just playing by yourself. The game, when played with 2 very experienced allies, is not nearly as difficult. When I played in Bandai Namco's pre-launch tournament for the game, I played with Ouroboros and Fight and Cowboy, both who had like 60 hours in the game already, and we didn't fail a single run. In fact, so many teams completed all the bosses that there was a 4-way tie.
Wow.
The problem is, by the time you get this many hours to be a valuable teammate, you start getting bored of the game. Again, the design of Night Rain is kind of at odds with itself and is sort of doomed to have your random solo queue teammates not really knowing what they're doing because...
This would do really well, unironically, if it was like a gacha event. Like if this was a season pass of Elden Ring and every 4 to 6 weeks, probably 6 weeks more though, they come out with like some new fun event to bring the community together. And in one event, it's prop hunt, where you can be different objects and somebody goes around and tries to find and kill you. And another event, it's this, where you run around and it's like a rogue, you know what I'm saying? Like something like that would have been excellent. People would be like, hell yeah, that's awesome. We definitely want more stuff like this for Elden Ring to continue playing the game and blah, 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 blah. But instead, they're like entire own game mode that could actually be like beaten in 1 to 2 days and is just not like procedurally generated in terms of maps or layouts or like hex tiles. It's just quite literally the same map. And once you beat all the bosses, that's it. What if they rotate bosses every 6 weeks for maximum gacha? I think it would be too late, like unironically. Like it would actually be too late at that point.
Either new players or they're likely done with the game, which means they're just not playing it anymore. The game itself does not help at all with this problem. The only form of communication system Night Rain has is a simple map ping. Not even a contextual map ping like in Apex Legends, just a dot you stick in the map with your character's pin. That's it. For as chaotic and time-sensitive as Night Rain is, the complete lack of communication features makes playing with random allies way more frustrating than it should be.
Yeah, I can imagine.
The thing is, the limited communication tools kind of work in the Souls games because typically when you summon someone or you get summoned, it's to clear an area and fight a boss. The goals are pretty clearly defined, so no actual communication's needed. If I'm summoned in Stormveil Castle, I know our main goal is to kill Godric. I don't need ping indicators or voice chat. The game has clearly dictated exactly what we needed to.
Sure.
The thing is, this does not exist in Night Rain. You're just sort of aimlessly wandering without any clear goals at all. What about the meta progression? After each run, successful or not, you are given relics, small stat-boosting items that can be equipped to any character with a magic color slot.
The concept is cool, regardless of the problems it has. Well, the problems that it has so far is that it's not fun and gets boring. The concept is cool, but it's not fun. Yo, the concept of the guillotine is pretty cool, but I noticed that it beheads people. So
are just very boring and offer minor stat boosts or small changes to your starting gear. There are some neat class-specific relics, but most of the best ones you require are earned from specific sources, meaning you have a predetermined way to get the best relic for any given character, which drastically removes the point of any rewards you get from future runs. There's no real target to grind for, and it's missing that excellent next shiny loot feeling from games like Path of Exile or Diablo, because you will almost never find a better relic than the class-specific ones you get.
It's fun though. I haven't gotten bored yet. Yeah, but keep in mind, bro, like you have 1,000 hours in Elden Ring, okay? Like you're extremely biased as to what would incentivize somebody to pick up this game for $40 and play it when they themselves don't have 1,000 hours into the game it's based off of.
Get from specific sources. What's the point of rewards at all at that point? Even the class-specific modifiers you get aren't particularly interesting. For example, Wilder can have an added fire ground effect to his ultimate that does damage over time. okay, I guess that's nice to have. The thing is, most roguelikes have far more interesting things you can unlock, and Night Rain just kind of pales in comparison in terms of excitement. When you unlock Godhead in The Binding of Isaac, for example, you invite the possibility of an incredibly fun next run. The meta unlocks you achieve in games like these completely and utterly outshine what you get from successful Night Rain runs, and the sad thing is that would be totally fine if the focus was not really the rewards, but the experience of getting to fight these awesome bosses again. For example,
pulling up receipts is crazy work, Lamau. Brother, didn't I literally get into like, not beef, but like a whole thing with you because somebody else was named Hero and I pulled up... What do you mean it's crazy work? If you watch the streams, I rarely would pull up receipts when people say something just to point out, hey, this may or may not be controversial to what you said earlier. I don't think it's crazy work.
On The Binding of Isaac, I don't really get to Mega Satan for the sheer joy of the fight. I get there to test how strong my build has gotten over the run. It's a sense of satisfaction seeing him...
See, I play ARPGs. Like, I love ARPGs. I don't stream them, personally. But I kind of wish I did. I probably should try to find a way, because I played the shit out of Last Epoch. I love, like, the feeling of character progression and try to do it in, like, one clean run. Like, oh, dude, you get, like, maybe this build is better than that build. Like, all that stuff is fun and good. But this game does not really sell me on that feeling. It seems like it's very straight, like, it's a speed rush because the zone's closing in. You kind of are going to have a feeling of, like, what the best weapons are. And then the goal is just to kill that boss after 40 minutes, and then the run ends. And, like, progression's just kind of over. So it's like many games in one very quick session, and it's done. Like, you're in and out in 40 minutes. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's not... I don't know. It's like an experience. Like, maybe it's fun for that 40 minutes, but then, like, I do feel like this is a game that you're going to be done in less than a week. Like, less than a week, you probably won't play this game anymore. Like, unironically. And I feel like that's maybe the issue, is that the progression system does feel a little bland. Like, what are you working towards? Those unlocks? Okay, you have all the characters unlocked. Now what? Well, there's a couple emotes and some tokens and stuff and some relics, so your run is a little bit better next time. It's like, that's not... To me, I feel like once I beat all the runs, I'm not going to feel an incentive to continue playing the game. Does that make sense? When I beat all of the bosses, what is my incentive? To beat the bosses again, but this time a little faster? Like, that's not a good usage of my time personally, right? Like, I see these classes, the classes seem cool. Like I said, I really vibe with that, like, summoner class. I'd love to try her out because I can think of a couple of different ideas and some builds in my mind that I would like to see. But when I realized the reality of the situation is, like, you're going to have a very meta selection of items. You're battling already the multiplayer system of, like, randoms on your team unless you play with friends. And after that, like, again, once you beat those bosses, where do you go from there? Like, can I make my summoner stronger? Can I, like, one-shot bosses with my summoner build? Are you going to have, like, Uber Boss Plus? Like, now it's, like, Night Rain bosses +2, and it's, like, New Game Plus, and everything is much more difficult. But since you leveled your summoner, or your class, or whatever, now you have, like, you can take those fights on, whereas, like, before you couldn't unless you did the runs. Like, if the progression is just 40 minutes, you killed it, GG's. Like, even Monster Hunter is like that, like, sort of, right? Because the idea is you get to the end game bosses, the Elder Dragons, you beat them in 30 minutes or whatever, right? Nowadays, it's a lot faster in Wilds. But you're working towards building armor, and your end game is working towards those, like, BIS weapons that are upgradable with RNG rolls, as well as decorations and such, right? And you can try out different builds too, right? It's same character, but you can try out sword, you can try out bow, you can try out great axe, and each monster kind of has different elements, which I think they did here. But the elements aren't based off of your build that you would get through, like, progression unlock. They're based off of RNG. So it kind of makes it, like, arbitrary on, like, what you're progressing. You're just looking for something that counters the end game boss, right? I love the game, but I see it as something I'm going to play with a ton of my friends for a few weeks and then not touch it until I come out with a big update. Yeah, I feel like it's definitely a few weeks with friends and then you're good unless they, like, add more shit, right?
Explode in a matter of seconds, even though I'm barely interacting with the fight itself. Now, Night Rain prides itself on the fight itself, less concerned with your build and more about the experience of the wonderful designs the developers have actually crafted. Again, though, this is completely neutered by the fact that these fights are the least frequent thing you'll do in the game, while feeling your immense power spike from fun items in games like The Binding of Isaac are things you gradually feel over the course of the entire run. To summarize, I don't feel like I'm earning much past defeating all the Night Lords in the game, and that is a mark of failure for a roguelike.
Yeah, it's terrible. That's like the biggest issue of this is like once you kill the end game boss, if it doesn't feel like there's progression following that, what is the fucking point?
I'm also not a fan of the time-based element for Night Rain. I understand you have to impose some limit for multiplayer, but the main draw of games like Elden Ring involve build making and the wonder of exploration.
Reminds me of like remember Ghost of Tsushima had a game mode where it was like the Gauntlet from Destiny, where you kill like enemies on one side and then the enemy team kills enemies on the other side, and the goal is to like just overwhelm the enemy team with enemies by killing more on your side than their side, kind of like that. And it had like mini bosses and stuff. It would be like if they decided to package that into its own game and sold it to you for $40 instead of just like a game mode you could play for fun, right? That's kind of the vibes that I get with this, and I feel like, yeah, kind of a misplay. Like, it seems fun and it's cool that they like cooked this up and worked on it, but $40, I don't know about that, man. I'm not sure if $40 is the move.
And you'll have none of that in Night Rain. Again, I know they're not trying to make Elden Ring 2 here, but if you stick Elden Ring in the prefix of your game's title, people are gonna draw these comparisons.
Sure.
There are just no step into Limgrave for the first time feelings in this game, and the constant time limit stifles any sense of exploration you'll have until you finally tune your runs into boring, optimized straight lines. I'm not even going to touch on the more obvious multiplayer issues Night Rain has, like the lack of dual queue being relegated to the developers literally just going, whoops, we didn't think about that, or the lack of crossplay severely limiting friends and playing together. From Software does many things at a masterpiece level, but their technological prowess has always lagged several decades behind, which makes me immensely worried about their ambitious multiplayer game for the Switch 2, The Dustbloods, but that is a story for another day. If I had to quickly summarize Night Rain's issues, it's that it simply doesn't remain fun for long enough to be considered a roguelike game, but it doesn't really have enough content to be considered a linear Souls game. I don't really know what the hell Night Rain is. I commend FromSoft for trying something completely different, and I wish more developers would do that, but Night Rain is just this awkward, flawed, yet fun game that seems to dip its toes into multiple genres without actually highlighting the strengths of any of those genres.
Yeah, just a misplay, man. Just an absolute misplay. Unfortunate.
I can't say I'm disappointed by the game because I never really expected it to be anything but a fun little mod for a few weeks and a solid...
I hear fun a lot. Yeah, I mean, I assume if I played this with my friends, I probably would have fun for a couple hours, right? My contingent, though, is what happens after that, and $40 seems like... I don't know, a $40 buy-in is kind of meh. I feel like there's other games you could probably pay $40 for that you'd have a much longer like runtime with. For instance, there's just a game that came out actually recently on Steam that I was looking at called. Give me a second. It'll take me a second. This is called Tainted Grail: The Fall of Avalon. It's $44 on Steam currently. A lot of people are liking it. It's similar to Elder Scrolls in design, but different studio, and a lot of people are enjoying this. This is about the same price. I think you'd get a much bigger bang for your buck playing something like this. Very unique.
The truth about all this would have broken my people.
I write only letters to boss.
Me? Of course I'm human.
That's a cool feature. I saw TikTok of this. You can open up a little sketchbook, and whatever is in your view, your character will draw in the sketchbook. I feel like this feature has been implemented before in other games, but it's kind of sick, right? Like you could literally just like oh, this is a cool little place, and you could open up a little book, and your character draws in it like that, and you'll have like an image saved, and it's like a dandy little journal that's like, oh shit, these are all the places I've been to so far, you know? I don't know. I think it's kind of neat.
He was the fire that forged order from chaos. The will that carved a path through darkness.
dragon. I led humans to Avalon shores. I built the great halls of Camelot.
He was the man beneath the crown. He was the voice that doubted. The heart that still beat beneath the weight of legend.
I need to save this realm. This is my vow.
Anyway, yeah, this game got announced not too long ago. Like I said, a lot of positive reception on it so far. It's about the same price as Night Rain, so you definitely have like options nowadays. But like, if you're like a huge Elden Ring fan, you're like, bro, I fucking love Elden Ring, and you have like thousands of hours in it. I'm sure you'll get a kick out of it. If you get some buddies to jump on board with you as well, you'll probably have a good time. I just mean like from a consumer standpoint of like, is $40 like worth it for this game particularly? I've played actually even better. Why did I not show with this instead? Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Some people were saying this is game of the year. This is about $10 more. So this is about $49.99, right? And people are saying that this is like the game of the year. Everyone's loving it. You know, turn-based RPG, got a good story. Allegedly, I haven't played it, but yeah, there's just some comparisons. $40 games coming back, that would be nice. But yeah, man. So I just, that's why I'm saying like sort of like a half-baked, what almost appears to be like a game mode. Doesn't seem. Also, there's like a deluxe edition for $15, so it's like $40. Then if you want the extra classes or something, it's $55 total. That doesn't seem to me like a good sell. You know what I mean? Just purely on the premise of. Is it worth for your money if you're already unsure? I would probably say pass on it. Me personally, I would pass. I mean, me personally, I'm already passing, you know? But if you're just like not sure, if like what you've seen hasn't been like sold to you, like, oh, this is great, I definitely want to play it. If you haven't had that reaction already, then chances are that you should probably wait until there is a sale. Or, better yet, they sort of like add more stuff. Because I do feel like there is a lack of content currently in the game from what I saw. I think 8 bosses, and like you can beat them in 2 days. It's kind of a little concerning. I feel like 2 days is a little too quick. Me thinks. All right. Also, Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered is literally $40 on Steam right now too. There's a sale. It is $40, and you'll get the entire Oblivion game remastered. And people have been really enjoying this as well. So there is that. Okay, maybe I'll play some Counter-Strike. What is this? He can unmod him during the Night Rain playthrough? What is this about? Wasn't Ken modded during your Elden Ring playthrough? I'm not sure. What about that indie game White Knuckles? I know, dude. Pyrocynical was raving about it during that drama video. He said he loves it. He said he friggin' loves the game, bro. When you pass on these, yeah, you're fucking done. So I have to change the priority every single time. All right. No lie, I haven't watched a single CS stream. I've been streaming CS here in the last TV. Activate your Austin Pass, blah, 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 blah. But this time, if you choose a playoff match, you'll receive an all-new souvenir highlight package. Ooh. We're excited for everyone to get their chance to pick up a playoff exclusive souvenir highlight package, but they will take some time to put together, so stay tuned. Ooh. Interesting. Interesting. When is the When is this happening? Wait, how much does it pass? $17.99. What the flip? It's in 2 days, right? Stage 1 is in 2 days. Stage 3 is in 12 days. The playoffs is following Stage 3. We did our Stage 1 selection. In 2 days, huh? I guess I should probably watch this. I said I would watch it. Would you guys want it? Like, if I streamed, what time is it at though? What time was the Stage 1 games at? Is it gonna be? Well, I guess it's Austin time, so it's probably my time zone, so it's maybe not a big deal. But if I streamed Stage 1 games, would you guys like chill? It might be fun. I mean, these are kind of like teams I don't know much about. Like, I don't know who most of these teams are, but it should still be interesting. And then obviously Stage 3 in the playoffs is gonna be like really hype. Because you're going to have some, like, really crazy CS, I think. I like your commentary on CS. It'd be fun. I won't, so probably shouldn't. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good, Mac. Ban yourself. I used to be a big fan of NIP. Really? Were your CS videos YouTube funny as fuck? Yeah, I've been posting a few of them on YouTube. Only if you explain to me like a child again. I got you, don't worry. If you got questions like a child, I'll explain it like a child. I called Razor out as a furry. And then you got banned? Oh boy. 44% win rate is diabolical? Brother acts like he's never lost the game in his life. I have 20 wins on this account. Like, what are we talking about? We were at 18K like a week ago. No train. Ban train. Ban the fuck out of train, guys. My computer cannot handle train. I got a big timeout for menopause, for a menopause comment. Peak rank was around D's. Come on, man. Dude, bro, I swear, if we have a fucking tie game, I'm gonna end the stream. If this is another tie game, the stream is ending. Jerky with the 10 gifted. Let's go, dude. Let's roll. Oh, we gotta win this now. We absolutely gotta win this. Lock it the fuck in. Jerky, thank you for this 10 gifted. I appreciate you. Enjoy those subs, y'all. Okay. Alright. 1 sec.
Hello.
Let me gamble my bongos on Alex's win. True. Alright, last time I was kind of feeling it. Today feels a little off already. 157 bouncing around. I guess I'll lock the frames.
Hello.
Yo.
What up? I'm gonna throw a nade down the.
Hello, dude. What are you doing? I don't talk in pregame. I gotta,
I could fill.
you know, do my pregame ritual where I run around and look at my frames and complain about them.
I'll join you.
Alrighty, thanks for the poll mods. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, we're kind of dropping a little bit.
Go back now.
Shot.
2 more at mid. One's very close.
One apps, one pushing boilers.
Yeah.
Coming out now.
On A site.
Bro. I mean, it'd be sick if I didn't like 1v4 that. I guess coming out now means slowly shift walk. Unlucky. 58 and 2, 29 and 1. I like headshot at that guy. It's okay. We buying, we saving. It's the move. Ugh, I don't want a P250.
Move it, son.
Don't want a P250. I keep playing apps as well. It's like the third Inferno where I play apps CT side.
Flame alt. Mid, alt window. Smoking darkness going that way. Could be one arch.
Okay.
Apps.
I guess they knew.
Shit.
Jesus Christ.
Nice try.
Okay. Let's do a buy round. It's not looking good. Not looking good, man. You want to carry from apps, brother? Please do not backseat me. Please tab out. Please, man.
Flashed, I'm backing up to site.
13. Coming.
I'm not gonna all in because there's 3 there. It's they already planted. Go banana, fuck it.
Get on through. Six smoke. 2 more oranges.
Okay, very cool. Great start. Very cool, amazing round. Lost pistol or lost retake?
Go, go, go.
It's a warm-up game. Kind of technically. I think I have to bait here.
2 mid.
I think one in apps already.
Okay. 3 in apps, 3 in apps, 1 apps.
Oh, fucked up. Unlucky. 6 Zeus skin. Appreciate it. Guy not down there is kind of crazy. 0-4. We're 0-4. Or are they just like out shooting us, I guess? Okay.
They're gonna wish they were never born.
Oh, they're playing fucking Christmas carols, dude. The disrespect from the T's right now.
Lots mid.
One in apps.
Okay, hold that. I'll
At the weirdest
flash
smoking
mid.
apps.
Smoke dark. One more mid.
Walk through the smoking apps. He's close apps.
Dude, I cannot aim. What happened? Yeah, that was not. Is that like a program open? Is it the Riot client? I'm gonna turn up Discord. That helped last time. Okay. Did we actually kick somebody? Wait, what happened? Oh, he disconnected. No, there wasn't a... He DC'd. We called the timeout because somebody was DCing. Alright, that's a little... That feels a little smoother. Try turning off OBS. Yeah. Actually, unironically, OBS does not help my frames, but I've been disabling OBS preview, and that helps, but also turning off Discord. I think I might even have to turn off my Twitch browser here. Yeah, I might just do that. I might just keep Chat Arena open. That feels a little better. At least we're getting 144 constant. Yeah, bouncing between like 118 and 140, like losing 30 frames in between like tracking somebody is unplayable. See if this guy comes back. What is this? Walling. Walls confirmed. Kid walls out his ass. What? W Gamba. What are you talking about? Hacker? Oh, are they inspecting his profile? Oh no. Blatant hacker. Walling report. Walling for the past 7 years. Okay, so they're looking at his like Steam history.
Hey.
Apologies, sir.
The toggle? Hey, how does Alex still pull up that thing? I thought they had removed it because the button for me doesn't work anymore. What, this? The console? You have to have this bound, dude. How do you play without a console? Yeah, it's just an in-game, like it's a setting. This feels a little better. Okay.
I hit one mid, but...
Window.
One on A site.
We have bomb.
He's going connector CT.
Last guy.
He's also CT. Very weird.
Yeah.
Was match fixing there? I should have expected that. I just thought he'd be banana because I heard him run left out of mid.
Thank you.
What was weird. That was almost a good play. They didn't read that play, so we'll see. Alright, we're gonna do something here in apps. They're kind of spamming apps, but they're not like aggressive in apps. Sometimes, actually, they kind of are too.
Flashman.
They're mid.
Yeah.
Dude.
Mid.
One in apps. Oh, he's dead. Nice.
One more.
Well, cancel him if he unmods.
One more mid.
What? Oh god, he might unmod if I do that. Do what? Oh, like add an emo? I don't care. I don't care what Ken does. Does not bother me. TV3, winnable. Last two truck. Oh no way, bro. They got both of them. The guy just peeked. Did that? He's kind of nutty. When are you gonna chat with Buff Pup and Candy again? Yeah, I do miss him. I mean, they kind of do their own thing, right? I haven't RP'd for a long time. They're usually around the mornings and such. Good people. I usually would shoot Candy like a DM now and again. See how they're doing. Unlucky. What the fuck is that? Okay, never mind. Maybe I do on Modken. 94-4, bro. I took out that guy's fucking kneecaps. Bro shot me in the head. Not having the greatest game of our life, right? I guess I go for... What do I go for here? What's my win con? My personal win con? Just hold apps.
Nate's mid, smoke on mid. Mid smoke. Spammy mid.
One in apps already. These trades are not good. Not
mid
good.
door spoiler.
Rotate though, we'll see.
Running down mid.
I pulled off A.
Still mid.
Like this crosshair, I might use it.
Outside banana. Make sure TP. Oh, mid.
Yeah, last two were bottom mid.
One's hurt. Last guy. Full health.
Oh, he goes construction, I assume.
It's right side somewhere.
This guy doesn't care. Why chicken left side if he's right side? Really construction.
Oh, you got CT.
I'm defusing the bomb.
He has no kit, so he doesn't think he's defusing. Nice job.
Nice.
Alright. I guess that's how you put one on the board, right? You just fucking stick a 10-second. The fuck? What? I want to be able to counterplay them apps more because it's been a little cringe.
One banana.
Deploying flashbang.
0 apartments.
This fucking dickhead just blocks me. Like, what the fuck was that? Bro, I'm gonna tilt out. I'm actually getting extremely unlucky this game. Timinged. Nice. One truck side. Boiler.
hell do you think I am?
Yo, Dylan, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Gonna get the bad game out of the way. Yeah, this is kind of... It's not looking like a good game. They go B off of this. I guess it's smart, sure.
Nice.
Defusing the bomb.
Okay. Bomb has been defused.
We took the piss out of them.
Hero, appreciate you as well. Thanks
Yes, or
very much,
let's
Hero.
go Alex. You got this. Easy
Thank
W.
you. We'll try, man. We'll try. I'm kind of griefing a little bit right now. I'm like barely. Yeah, I'm not doing as hard as I could be. Gonna do like an eco round.
There's an AK on the ground. Someone can sell.
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it.
Okay, I'm blind. I guess. So I picked it up.
Incendiary out.
That'd be eco round for them.
Grenade out. Throwing smoke. Grenade out.
2 top banana.
I'll trans. I'm leaving apartments.
One mid stone.
They smoke B. Last one.
Smoke mid again.
Haven't pushed yet.
Throwing a grenade. Incendiary out.
One more mid.
Flashbang.
Still mid. He's mid and knock, waiting for me. Nice.
I don't know if I can get it in time. Nice. Alright, did a fun little comeback there that round. I'm gonna op right side mid, I guess, or left side mid.
Let's move out.
Should be their eco.
He's under.
Grenade out. Throwing a grenade. Incendiary.
I'm rotate.
Smoke mid. Apartments.
Coming.
One more CT.
Nice.
There's no stopping us.
Alright. Remember what I said though, I don't like to play op. Because I don't like rank climb as op, and then I just crutch op like the rest of the time. I feel like my op is decent, but I'm trying to get better with rifles.
Throwing smoke. Grenade. Throwing fire. Grenade out.
B.
Throwing flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
As soon as they kill him, as soon as they kill Orange, okay. Bombs B.
I'm walking in banana.
Both
two on
backside.
I'm walking banana. Look.
Bomb has been planted.
Last guy construction. Oh, back left.
Wow, what a shot.
Nice.
What a fucking shot.
Defusing.
Wow. He just was spraying there.
We're getting stuck right into them.
Actually just spraying.
This is what we have been working for.
Alright. Let's try to turn it up here. Try to do some T side. I'm still not like mentally yet ready to shot call stuff.
what
I
it is.
used to shot call a lot as well, but don't really do much of that anymore. I think I'm still trying to get back in the game, seeing what like the metas are like. Although it's been about the same though. Hasn't changed. People still running down B. Still fuck up their smokes. On CT.
Bombs down.
That's cringe.
Let me know when you're ready to look out, Church. I'm gonna wait. Oh, banana. Fuck! I forgot about that.
Nice job.
That's my bad. I just like forgot that part
You
existed.
still have gamer goo? No, I gotta get some gamer goo. Pretty much group push everything now. Aggressive CT meta. I have seen CTs get a little bit more aggressive, but I don't feel like it's like so aggressive. Like CTs get aggressive when they feel like T side weak, you know? Maybe it's just more standard where they get aggressive like as default instead. Not a real gamer, no goo. Dude, guys, I haven't had gamer goo in a long time, okay? I was trying to get that gamer goo sponsorship.
One.
Nades.
Two mid.
Nice. But I ate fucking all of those.
Two mid, one each side, one bull there. Bull there too. Bull there. One bull there.
I can nade this. Playing B. Oh, he's on A with shotgun.
Okay, I'm waiting for him mid. Nice.
Nice little 5-7, we'll take that. He's too old for the goo now?
Try quick B with their SMGs.
It's a young man's game. True, dude. Wait, what is this? Was this there before where it shows like smoke grenade difficulty 3 stars? What is all this? Difficulty 4 stars? Is that there before? Flashbangs are difficulty 4 stars? The fuck?
God damn it, dude. I'm so mad. Shit did not look like it was burning there. Let me go first, I'm lit. We're in. Bomb. One, offense. You have bomb green?
Side.
Oh, I see.
Taking it A, taking it A.
I'm gonna try to. I don't know what's going on here.
I'm gonna draw.
Draw attention to the right side of mid, maybe.
One library. 1A, 1B.
What?
Both B? Both B, both B.
Okay.
One's
Okay,
lit.
super lit. Yeah, shoddy or 2 AKs, one's lit.
He just saw me, I guess, heard me? What? They went all the way banana, both of them? What? They both went fucking banana. Dude, I would not have read that at all. That's so weird. They both... I thought Connector Library, I play for them, and then they flash out that side too? Bro, why would they flash? I guess... What? Dude, that's so weird.
Try to get mid.
That's really just fucking weird to do that. 13k elo things though, I guess, right? Wait for the nades. Should be 2, 1. Just 1?
That's what I'm talking
Find the wall.
You guys just use all their utility.
They resmoked mid.
Oh, grab bomb. Whoops.
What is going on? On sandbags. What? Bro. Jesus Christ. I thought we trade, like we for sure trade there. How did we not trade there?
Unbelievable. 3 there. 2 hit with scouts.
How did we not trade there? What? I'm just fucking fighting the guy at sandbags for an entire mag. Nothing happens. We're just kind of waiting, I guess. 14 and 1, 92 and 3.
Just running up B.
Yeah.
I can get this. I might be first out. If we have a smoke for that molly. They molly it around it.
They double nade, double molly it.
Uh oh. They can't do all that. They can't all do all that at once, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Just run so fast. They'll never see it.
Hopefully they molly first. That'd be easy.
He's gonna reload.
Push, 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 push. Reloading. Nice.
It's still.
Like, this guy looks familiar. And then I realized, Alex from Cow Chop. What up, man? What up? You gonna drop anybody here? That's good. He's chilling. Alright, man. Doing something, I guess. How are the games going? This is our first one of the night. I've been vibing. Okay, interesting.
2 more mid, one's lit.
On the left side.
Cross right side.
Beat that nade. 1 left, 1 right.
Oh, one's definitely safe.
Oh, nice. You guys going?
Coffin one.
Don't push me, I'm holding. No, he's gonna come to you.
Nice. One here.
You will cry like babies before you die.
Can't wait for Cash to come back. Yeah, Cash is gonna be lit. Cash will be fun. Open a case, brother. Oh, open your mom's legs. I don't got it like that no more, man. Okay? Stop making me feel poor. I don't know who subbed. Thank you. I'll check in a second. One left side mid.
One flash over. Close. One second, might be here.
2 on A, bombs down bottom mid.
One pit, dead, one site.
I have to go back and bottom. 2 on B.
2 on B.
One on site with pistol. Middle site. On A.
Could you have gone to pit?
I don't think so.
I'll throw lit. There's 3 left. 1, 2.
I think I just saw one library. Could be tripping.
One library, yeah.
Planting a weird spot.
Bomb has been planted. Grenade out. I'm throwing a flashbang.
What's up, man?
Flanking speedway 1. Taps.
What a weirdo.
Let's try.
Like what? Guy goes apps and then hides in apps door for a... I should just gone pit myself. These people play like such fucking lunatics. That did not make any sense to me. Guy goes apps and then he walks, but then he starts walking downstairs and then shoots me in the head. Like, what? I shouldn't try to like think of like this guy's 17k though. Is that how you play? You run in, make sound, then you're like, I'll walk back out. I guess. I don't know. Whatever.
Nate stack B. There's 3 nades here. One flash over. Oh no.
Careful, orange, you have bomb.
We gotta push through here now.
One's in pit.
Flashing over.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
Bro. What? Oh, he's boosted? Oh, man. What a shit show, dude. Is this gonna be another... Dude, I can't with these fucking tie games. I would rather lose 1-12 than to tie every fucking game, bro. I cannot. 3 games I've had go 13-11 and one was a tie with overtime.
Yeah, let's go bully those guys.
Holy shit, bro. I'm so fucking sick of it.
Let's go bully these guys in B.
Like, I would rather just lose. Just fucking give me the L.
here?
Or died in fire, Jesus.
One pushing mid.
Let's
Banana,
work
careful.
back, yeah.
They're pushing right now.
Nice.
Go. Or maybe we just keep faking it? We get him on the run. Let's just go.
One here. Library one. Arch one. Library one, arch one. Perf, go away, Perf. Library. Sight. Defeat.
It's my default.
Speedway. Top it. Library side. CT.
Damn. Unlucky. Jesus Christ, bro. These two games are kind of elo balanced. I guess. Whatever this is. 19k to 12k. Pretty balanced. Almost 10k difference.
Could be a push apartments. Not top mid. Which is weird. Left side mid.
Nice.
Let's chill for a second. It's gonna pull 1B, I think. I'll smoke left side mid. Nice.
One apps, balcony.
Apartments.
Damn.
1 health.
That's really annoying. Good job, though. Pulled it off.
Library.
They made it work. App's still haunted? It is. It is. One guy was on balcony. Well,
He's playing like an op angle. I don't know that.
He was balcony, I guess. He did that.
Nice. This
is a good game for us. We're kind of getting shit on. We went 0-5, like almost 0-6 at the start of the game, CT side, and then we kind of brought it back. That was good. That was good. Never stop believing. Appreciate you, Trails.
One apartments, push up.
That's camera beat.
Sight. Wow.
Nice.
Actually did that to me.
Watching construction.
I'm watching it.
It's fine though. I should have had better crosshair placement.
Construction on.
Shoot church.
Construction.
Nice, good swing.
Nice, GG.
Jeez, guys. GG's. What do we got? The Colonel. Most chickens massacred. What? I doubted you, but glad you won. Appreciate you. My apologies for not believing. Hey, man, you gotta do what you gotta. Also, Melissa, sorry I didn't see you earlier. 65 months. I appreciate you. Thank you for that big resub. Very, very nice. My points, it happens, guys. I don't know why you bet against me so much. You do it to yourself, man. You do it to yourself. You guys bet against me, and for what? You lose all your points. I'll go all in on you winning this next game. I'll match fix, so you lose. I'll match fix, Bitcoin my wallet. I want 1 Bitcoin for 1 Bunny with the 4 months. Appreciate you, Bunny. Thank you so much. Match fix, knife out. Yeah, I'll probably work on the video maybe tomorrow morning if I wake up early. I woke up early today, but I felt like shit. Yeah, woke up really early, like 7 a.m. I went to bed late was my issue because I streamed late. Ban train, I can't. Okay, thank God. I don't care what we play as long as it's not train. I get 2 FPS. What kind of mattress? I have a pretty decent mattress. It's not my mattress. It's just like I went to bed at an irregular hour because I was streaming. Okay? I was streaming this freaking game or whatever. I was streaming something, but anyways. Boba, sweet with the tier 1. Appreciate you as well. I gotta get that match fixing video out though. I gotta get it out, man. Ancient. I just want to stream tonight.
Let's roll.
Finished editing the Star Citizen video, and have you been enjoying any of the videos again? I've been, yeah, they're fun. They just kind of get a little, what's the word? Like editing is good. It just gets a little tedious sometimes. Not gonna lie. Just cause like I want to stream and I want to edit and I want to do other shit too in my mornings. So like trying to fit all those in. I've been trying to like time manage a little bit better so I can do that, but you know. Not feel relatable. Good one, Tav. Good one. Star Citizen video was a good watch. Thank you for the upload, yeah. Thank you for watching it. Yeah, I just try to get like awareness for some stuff that I find interesting, or just to show you guys. Not everything. I watch a bunch of crap, like the Pirate Software videos, like just pointless. You know, it's just garbage. But there's some stuff like, hey, Star Citizen is charging like pay to win essentially. Is like, oh, that's kind of interesting. You know, Borderlands 4, $80, and Randy Pitchford's telling you go work an ice cream parlor. Infinity Nikkei is just being annihilated. This guy's turning up.
What the hell?
Toxic Tony with the 59 months. Appreciate you. I'm down mid. Yo, Subu is 75 months. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back, 75 months. Big time. I'm trying out some different sayings, you know, motivate the people.
Thank you.
All right. We want to go. MP9 has actually been hella strong for no reason. This thing has no business being as disgusting as it is right now in the meta. No smoke. That's fine. No smoke, no problem. Let's try to make this jump. I always fuck up. GG's. Coming A. Bombs down A. They just love bomb. They abandoned bomb. I'm so confused. They're saving on their eco round. Maybe they went mid. Oh, there he is. An M4. Oh, he is saving. Totally, like, winnable for him, though.
Bro, we got bomb. I don't know. You want to just play it?
He's planning B right now.
Shut up, fucking retard.
Bomb has been planted.
Probably saving the M4. Say something about this map and CS moments. What do you mean? Guy actually saved. Holy shit. Off the goop. What is goop? Goop?
Nizzle. Never mind.
Off the no?
You want
We might have an unhinged game here. These guys are doing comms, but not the good kind.
Grenade out. Grenade out. Throwing a grenade. Grenade out. Smoke. Laying down a smoke. Grenade.
Smoke say. And should have played a little closer. Ooh. Ew. Doable still. Doable. That guy's late. You can do this.
Terrorists win.
Okay. $96-6, by the way. 96 and fucking 6, bro. All I saw was his head. That means I shot him in the neck 6 times. The guy didn't give a fuck. I'll be able to play off of mid here. Three mid. Oh, almost. 2 more donut. So, my call was donut, and this guy puts his ass, like he takes his ass, and he's like, "Where's donut? Right there? All right, like, where can I put my vulnerable ass where they can directly see it? Oh, I know. How about where the last call just was, and I'll line my ass, my asshole up so all the bullets go perfectly up into my intestines, like as soon as they see me." What are we doing, bro? Like, what? Yeah, Alex, you wouldn't get it, man. CS in 2025 is a little different. They listen to a call, they don't give a fuck. CT gets aggressive by taking off their pants and sticking it where it don't belong. You wouldn't get it, Unk. You're washed. Back in your prime, things were a little different. Was this analogy necessary? Was this analogy? That's how you sound, Tap. Was this analogy necessary? Mr. Alex, was this really necessary? Cocaine Prime. What? Cocaine Prime? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Think I'm off that kizzy. I'm off that coke izzy. Team's so bad he going crazy. I don't know what the fuck is going on. We commed like twice and it was like just terrible comms. They might be like just a triple stack or something I didn't see. They might just be in Discord being like, yo bro. Okay. Hell yeah bro. So happy we're playing CS instead of that dog shit Valorant game. That game fucking sucks. Game's for losers. This is gonna be really awkward. Oh yeah, it's really gonna be awkward. I gotta make a play though.
Last one is fucking right there. Just kill him, please. Thank you.
Lucky? Lucky? You're talking about the rolls. Are you talking about the rolls? I assume you're talking about the Gamba. Daniel Burnett, 333@gmail.com really popped off. Bro put his entire fucking government name in his theme tag. Doing very good. I think they're just doing worse.
Throwing fire. Throwing smoke. Smoke.
He does not walk this, does he?
One pushing B ramp.
Counter-terrorists win. Right on.
Lucky your opponents are bad. Oh, okay. So we weren't joking. You think you're witnessing luck. Asimov, wrap your Camaro. Asimov, wrap these. These what? These Bofa. Got him, dude. Fuck them, chat. This guy wouldn't survive a day in my twisted mind. My twisted and dark imagination. Okay, we lost A. Or B. I keep calling it A. I don't know why. Bloop, bloop. Do it again.
Bomb has been planted.
One bullet.
Damn.
He have a smoke too.
Terrorists win.
Ah. I mean, unless one of them peeked, I couldn't do all that much. I don't think. I did have a smoke. I thought about going for smoke play, then they peeked. I got a headshot dink on one, right? Maybe. No, I only hit him for 15 in one. One bullet though. Maybe reload. Maybe retake fight. There's just not a whole lot. I don't know. Smoke would have helped. I could have went around the corner, but they were kind of hiding. They played that well. I'll just say it. They played that decent.
Incendiary out. Deploying smoke.
No way you just let him walk through that smoke and kill me. That's crazy.
Sorry, my fucking psychiatrist was calling me. I was genuinely looking at, like, my map. Lock in, Unk. You got this, brother. Like, what do you want me to do, man?
Terrorists win.
What do you want me to do? I gotta do more, I guess. 89 and 3 on that guy, by the way. Didn't even kill him. That's the worst part.
Hey, you guys want to rush mid?
I think maybe we should save.
Thoughts on the new knives?
Just bait the shit out of us, rush mid, and we get a kill. Get a
I want
gun,
that butterfly
and we win
knife,
the
man.
round.
I want
Win the
like
game.
I want like an
Easy.
emerald butterfly knife. That'd be really sick. That's my only thoughts. I haven't seen the new knives though. There's a new collection.
Give me that, give me that, give me that. Nice shot.
Alright, boys.
One donut.
Laying down some fire. Bomb has been planted.
A or B?
Hey.
B. Oh my god.
Ooh. Wait, they spit off. Wait, that was a guy roaming? Wait, what? That's so weird.
Defusing the bomb.
Okay, nice. Let's just stick it. You should have time.
I got it.
I don't think he has time after missing it, though, does he?
Get back. Terrorists win. We are out of here.
You ever seen something so fucking mind-blowing that you just have no words?
Flashback. Grenade out. Throwing smoke. Throwing smoke. Throwing smoke. Grenade out. Flashbang.
Probably M50.
Turn off.
Go naked, go naked.
Team had nothing to say. I mean,
Come on, chop chop.
like, I don't know, dude. I'm still kind of literally like walked over the bomb. That's crazy. I guess he generally didn't see it, but that like walking over the bomb wasted easily like a second. You know what I mean?
Throwing fire. Incendiary.
Nice. Can you do more? Or no? Damn. What? That's so confusing. What? They didn't have bomb. He went A. I guess they're just like sneak shoot me.
Bomb has been planted.
Alright. I don't know what we're doing here on this wonderful fucking CT side, but it hasn't been good. Alright, 6-6, I guess. I mean, given like everything that we saw
And we're off. Look at us go.
in the previous half, it's kind of, you know, I think we're kind of lucky to get into this at tie. COD game on Steam have a 37 gigabyte update. Jesus Christ. Alrighty, need a nade here or not? Okay. That's good for us.
Grab an AK.
Good for... I couldn't find one. He said same. Nice 4K, you're awful, he said. What the fuck? Hard stuck loser. Guy doesn't even have a rank. He's calling him a hard stuck loser. One donut. Oh my god, brother.
One cave low.
What the fuck happened here? Bro. What is this guy like? His crosshair was everywhere but like where it needed to be in that moment. So confused. I made the donut call. Like how many times? This guy's like looking behind him. Oh no. Win this. Up, 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 up. What's one? I don't know where these guys learn like the swing meta from. I don't get it. The swing meta is the most awful things that have been introduced to this game. Just running out, swinging as wide as humanly possible. Oh, that really sucks, actually. Lose to a headshot here. Buy out, but at what cost? I kind of made like a gamble on that play. I think if I killed the Gaidona, we win the round, which is sad.
Throwing a flashbang. Throwing a flashbang. Grenade out. Smoke.
Really? Not a single person survived? Really? Bro. What the fuck, man?
Counter-terrorists win.
What? You can just walk that wall edge? Oh my god. Oh my god. This is such a dog shit game. These guys just like are holding fucking W, man. Like every round's a W hold. Okay. Nice. I'm very unlucky too. We're there. I don't know why we're, dude, like, I didn't realize how, like, wide in the open that guy was. I have to do, like, op training courses or something. Sign up on my Patreon. Like, you don't just stand in the middle of the fucking, like, site with your op, bro. Like, I don't understand, like, what these, what are we doing, man? You gotta have, like, a fallback. You don't have a fallback, you know? It's just so... Home Bagel, appreciate you. Yeah, I'm kind of getting a little frustrated. What? 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 Dude, these guys... Holy shit, these guys are giving me a fucking heart attack. They planted 5 versus 5. Like, they planted... They just walked into site and planted, bro. Holy fuck. That is crazy. What the fuck, bro? Again, Bagel, appreciate you. 59 months. Huge. Oh, counter CT timeout. They're strategizing. Huge what? Yeah, dude. Huge ligma. Got him. Yeah, it's a huge ligma for sure. Hope you had a good stream so far. I have, Mad. I have. We be chilling. We chilled a lot today. Yeah, I took I used to take a nap today, but yeah, man, I just stayed up a little too late. I've been waking up super early. But it's been alright, it's been alright. Alright.
Flashbang.
Do I risk it? I might. Careful, CT.
Yeah, I'm gonna play for donut.
I'm setting it down.
Yeah. 2 donut.
Terrorists win. We cannot.
I'm so glad I planted a bomb. I'm so good at my job.
What about in real life, though?
Jesus Christ, dude. Just give me a fucking break.
We are not playing nice today. That is today, right?
Careful mid, they're pushing.
Let's set this place on fire.
Go away.
Last guy B, right here. Cave. Yeah, I'm bailing.
Terrorists win.
Oh, nice.
I don't like ever hear. Are those custom operator dialogues? Because I'd never hear those. I guess I don't pay attention to it much.
Together we can do this.
They've been half buying.
Throwing flashbang. I'm laying down some smoke. Grenade out! Fire in the hole!
Bro, I tried to swing on this guy and I just could not move. Like the aim punch was just tagging me too hard. I could have moved beforehand. Just made this game way too difficult. This was like kind of a straightforward game, I think, for us. But I feel like we... Wow. Okay. I feel like we kind of held it off the goop with just the insane read. Did you only notice because it was a female's voice? Yeah. I'm insensitive. I mean, I hear like the default ones like, run little girl, run! You know?
Yeah, there's like a little in spawn if you want it, bro.
But the custom ones are gonna stand out just because I haven't heard them before. You know what I mean?
Throwing fire.
Okay, these guys are popping off.
Throwing smoke. Smoke. Planted. Terrorists win. We will stop your little scout.
Should anyone watches a smoke a second time? Yeah, I'm getting kind of feisty around that smoke. You know what I mean? I'm getting a little, you know, I'm getting zippy around it. I'm like, oh, smoke's down. Ooh, is there an angle here? Right. That's kind of how I play though. I try to play for timings and stuff. T side. I'm not good at like just entering unless I have to. Multiple mid.
One's cave.
I'm throwing fire.
Fuck. Wow. Oh, dude. Just need to plant the bomb, man. Just need to fucking get the bomb down, bro.
Counter-terrorists win.
This guy spent 3 fucking hours like, ugh. Like, we know they're gonna be mid. Why do we need to look mid and be like, what do I got? A hot pocket? No, I got a bucket of French fries. No, what do I get? I got a Molotov. Okay, I'll throw the Molotov. Ugh. Boom. Just get the fucking bomb down, bro. I don't need to play with bomb for 3 versus 1. I don't know where the fuck my teammate is. Like, that was enough time for CT smoke to go down, right? Planted B.
Yeah, I just realized that. One's mid.
Let's unplant the bomb and bring it A.
That's the way that we play that round. We take B site, plant B site. They die lurking A. 4 versus 1. Holy fuck, dude. Like, what even is this fucking awful game? I don't think that guy ever hits that shot in his life.
Throwing smoke.
Grenade.
That guy slide peeking like that. That's kind of crazy. This is the 13-11 on Ancient. About to be. I can't. Dude, I can't. I literally can fucking not believe that was my game. I cannot believe that was my game. Those are real fucking players. That was a real game. That was real, that was real players. Holy shit, bro. Holy shit, dude. What? Cannot end like this? No, we're done. I'll be back maybe tomorrow. Earlier tomorrow. Christ.
Fight.